Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Before we get started, let me just talk about our ride tonight, where we were. Tomorrow, I'm trying to think if it's going to be tomorrow or maybe it might have to be tomorrow. I don't know. Let me think. It could be tomorrow, depending on the weather. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. If it's terrible rain, I won't go, but I may have to go way out into Pennsylvania tomorrow, way out from here. Probably 3-4 hours each way. So, and we will be right very near, even in and out of those borders that are on those maps there. So, if I do that tomorrow, I will take you with me with that. But if I don't do it tomorrow, I will. I'm just trying to think because I have appointments on Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So I really have to think about if I'm going to do it tomorrow. I think if the weather is not going to be crazy rain, I'll do it. But if it's going to be crazy rain, I can't, and I don't know. So we're just going to have to play it by ear on that. And have to see what's going on. Hi, everybody. Let me get to the live, the YouTube live. Okay, so I think I'm here. So Janae asked me today, and you know what? I couldn't speak to Janae later tonight because she went to bed. I spoke to her, but I just no, White Angel. I don't have any plans on that yet about the sale. We do sales every Wednesday and Saturday. It is rare that we cancel, postpone, or do what. So you just plan on the thing. I don't know. You'll know beforehand. So what we're doing, okay? I have to figure out what the weather is and everything. Hi, Kellyanne. Anyway, so Janae was on earlier, but I forgot to ask her because what sparked her memory of this case. But she is also the one that suggested the Diane Schuler case. So she said, you know what, True Crime Rewind, what about Jennifer Dulos? Now, if you've been with this channel for a long time, you'll know that we covered the Jennifer Dulos case extensively. I mean, that was another deep dive case where we went over any of the release discovery. We followed that case along as it progressed. We followed all the twists and turns, and we even dove so deep as to go back into Jennifer Dulos to show, and it was something I remember that somebody said they were so glad that I did this part because they knew more who Jennifer Dulos was. We went through her entire mommy blog and read all of her posts. And they were very revealing of who she was as a mother, as a wife, as a daughter, as a woman. And so we did that as well. If you've never heard the Jennifer Dulos case, if you don't know about the Jennifer Dulos case, you should know about it. Her body has not been found, but this case is crazy. Okay, Jennifer Dulos was born into a very wealthy family. She met a man, Fotis Dulos, Greek, and they got married. I believe she may have struggled with getting pregnant, and I think she was on fertility pills, but I'm not sure. But they had a set of twins. Okay, and then 3 other children, 5 children altogether. Pretty quick succession with the kids. And she was older, I think, when she had the last one. I'm trying to think how old her kids were when. I think they were like 10, 9. The twins were 9 or 10. But they were all in school. So I think the youngest one was about 6. Anyway, their marriage didn't last. Okay, and it was a really contested divorce. There were custody issues, but there was a lot of money involved. Now, her parents lent Fotis a lot of money, in which he started a construction company, and if he would run short of things, they would loan him money. And he had moved into, he built homes. So he would move into the homes before they were sold. And he had this one, his was in Farmington, and she was in with the C. Why am I drawing a blank on it right now? Hold on a minute. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on the name of her town. Jennifer was, let me see here. New Canaan. So, let me get back to you guys now. What happened was she dropped all of her kids on May 24th of 2019. She dropped all of her kids off. Now she was, I believe she was 50 years old. 2019. Yeah, I think that's right. I think she was 50. I don't know. It's a little hard for me to concentrate, Jimmy. And then they're going to say stuff about background noise. Okay, so anyway, so she dropped all of her kids off at school, and she was never seen again. They've never found her at all. Okay, but here's what they did find. They found out that what they think the husband did was that he took his vehicle, drove to a certain point, had a bicycle in the back of it. With the bicycle, he pedaled with a hoodie tied up over his head with the hood to the house while she was dropping off the kids. And he ambushed her in the garage when she got back, and it was a very, very bloody murder. Because there was like one of those club packs of paper towels that the housekeeper said was there, but it was all missing. And so nobody knows where Jennifer's body is. Nobody knows what he did with it. The things that they did see, okay, is that he and his mistress, Michelle Troconis, were seen in another part of town, like kind of a bad part of town, like a few towns over, dropping things off, putting things in different dumpsters, and that was all caught. Then you've got this Ken Mawhinney, this attorney that was close with Dulos, Fotis. And it's a scary thing about his I've seen the video when the SOB killed himself at Yukon. We were there. He was blue, and then the life's. Oh, are you saying when he put the car running? Oh yeah, crazy. That was crazy. I remember that when it happened, Seasons. I remember that. We were like on pins and needles. We were watching that. That was crazy. I think I have a video on that, and I was going back and forth. They had the people that were at the end of the driveway. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part yet. So Your in-laws live like a mile away? Oh, wow, I'll have to check it out. Okay, so in between, there were so many things, and we went through them. I mean, there were so many things about how he had like a lot of people that worked for him in the construction business. And there was something about borrowing somebody's vehicle, and then he wanted to replace the front seat. And it was, I think it was a Toyota truck. And there was that whole business. There was this business with Trichonis, the mistress, really partaking in a lot of stuff, like with dropping him off, picking him up at places. There was this crazy scene where they went to another new house he was building, and there was like this brown paper towels around. I mean, so much stuff in this case. It's crazy. But anyway, the scariest thing is that there was a hunting camp. And at this hunting camp, there was a grave dug, and there was lime in it. And Mawini, this attorney with Dulos, I believe that grave was for Mawini's wife. And Mawini's wife was home. And they had to get rid of her for some reason. And she looks like out of her window, and coming up on her deck, she sees this guy with a plastic bag. And she calls 911. And that woman is so lucky to be alive. Hi, Linda Uribe. Because I am sure that guy was coming to kill her. And then she also said something about like Fotis wanted her to come to his house for something. They wanted to get rid of her because there's something going on there. Mawini got arrested. Trichonis got arrested. When Trichonis gets arrested, she suddenly forgets how to speak English, needs a translator. Now they have stuff going on. I just noticed there was a hearing last week, and Trichonis' mother was there saying during the search they took her laptop, and she was visiting from another country, and she was saying, "Why are you taking my laptop? I'm visiting from another country." Anyway, Fotis had a lawyer, Norm Pattis, the guy with the ponytail, the guy that was also Alex Jones's attorney. Yeah, Norm Pattis. So Fotis was doing really weird things. They were out with their ankle bracelets. They were only allowed to go certain places, and he didn't show up for court one day. And they went to go check on him, and he had some other lady too that I think he was dating, like another lady that was there. And I know the girlfriend knows so much. And he was in the car. He had written a note. Okay, and he was trying to kill himself by running the car in the garage, but they got him out, and they finally got like a faint pulse. They rushed him to the hospital. He was in an iron lung for like, I don't know, a couple of days. He didn't make it. He died. But what he had been doing was taking apart the memorials for Jennifer Dulos that were along the side of the road. He would stop and take stuff from them. Now, Fotis was a water skier. He was like really, really, I think he was like, I don't know if he was in the Olympics or, this has been since 2019, okay? So I have to just refresh my memory, but I know he was very good. And he was taking his kids to a nearby lake and having them trained, and he was very regimented with it. And Jennifer Dulos wrote a lot of blogs that she believed in a family bed, and she would say, when my husband Fotis is here, he can't take the youngest baby going around. There were things in her blog that showed you the marriage wasn't, a match made in heaven, if you will. And they have never found her body. They have thought many times that, they're going to look here where he poured cement on this thing and that. They have never found her. They have never found her. Yes, you are right. He did have a pulse when they flew him, and then donated his organs like he was some type of hero. Yeah, Norpatis is hard to beat. Yeah. It's really sad because now the 5 kids don't have a mother or a father. And she was a very doting mother. She was very involved in her kids' lives. And so the grandmother has been raising her children. So we're going to take a look into this case. Some of you are familiar. Some of you might have forgotten a little bit of it. Some of, but it's very crazy case. But where's her body? Where did he put her body? Why? Because her family can't even have closure of having her laid to rest. It's horrific. So let's take a look at this case because it's quite an interesting case. It's heartbreaking. I mean, but I want to go to the and I also want to show you I want to pull up his arrest affidavit. Let me see. Okay. Let me just clean my glasses. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pull this over. Oopsie. I think I hit print by mistake. I don't want to print this. I want to just pull this over for you. Hold on a minute. What is going on here? No. Okay. Let me make this larger. Okay. Fotis, Dulos, State of Connecticut, Farmington, 4 Jefferson Crossing. Let me show you what 4 Jefferson Crossing looks like, okay? Because this is where he was living. And I'll show you Jennifer's house. Okay, Fotis was living. Fotis was living here. Come over here. That's 4 Jefferson Crossing. It is a 6-bedroom, 10-bath house, 10,396 square feet. The house sold on February 18th of 2021 for $1,850,000, and its estimate now is $2,512,700. Okay. Now, go back for a minute. I want to show you. This was the morning. I'm going to show you a photo over here. This was the morning that Fotis was found in that house. Okay, they had these little tents set up. The police were here. Number of vehicles out over here. And the three people that I've talked about, let me put those over here. See, I would put names and faces here. Hold on. Come over here. And make this, no, oh, that's the wrong one. We don't want you, we want you. We've got to make you smaller so everybody can see you. Okay. This is Mawini, the attorney that I believe was trying to have his wife killed. This is Trichonis, the mistress. This is Fotis Dulos. And this is Jennifer Dulos. Okay? Again, her body has not been found. She's presumed dead based on evidence, and body still has not been found. Okay. So let's go back to the affidavit now. So this was for felony murder, kidnapping in the first degree. Now, date on this, his date of birth is August 6, 1967. And date was he arrested? July 24, that's one. Okay, let's watch this. His bail was set at $6 million to be posted only after arraignment. Okay. So let's go over here to the initial report. So it says that on Friday, May 24th, 2019 at 6:59 p.m., the New Canaan Police Department received the initial report of a missing person identified as Jennifer Farber Dulos of 69 Willis Lane, New Canaan, Connecticut. Oh, I wanted to show you her house where she was, so that because you're going to hear about him. So let me show you that one too. Okay. And Jennifer's house. This was Jennifer's house. Right there, that driveway is going to be important. The garage you entered here from the side. See all the little cubbies? See that? All the little cubbies for the kids. That's such a handy thing to have for them to put their shoes and stuff. It's great. I don't know why they put like 15,000 of that one. But anyway, okay, so that was Jennifer's house. Remember that long driveway. Say the person identified as Jennifer Farber Dulos. Okay. The NCPD officers responded, "Hey, Seasons, thank you so much for that, hon. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for keeping Jennifer's story alive." Absolutely. Thank you so much, Seasons. Appreciate that very much. Okay, so NCPD officers responded to 69 Willis Lane residence where they located suspected blood evidence on a Range Rover parked in the center garage bay. Jennifer was not located inside the residence. NCPD Investigation Division Office Thomas Patton responded to the scene and located additional evidence indicative of a crime scene. NCPD contacted the Connecticut State Police for assistance, and detectives from the WDMCS Troop G office and the crime van responded to the scene. The initial missing persons case. So the New Canaan Police Department initiated a missing person investigation which determined the following. The residence at 69 Wallace Lane, that is Jennifer's house, included a 3-bay garage, the center bay of which contained a 2014 Range Rover, New York plate, and that's EMM 8328. The left, north, and right south bays were empty because she was the only driver in the house. While searching and processing the garage, members of the WDMCS crime van identified multiple areas within the garage which presumptively tested positive for blood. See, this is why they believe she was ambushed. When she came back from dropping her kids off at school, she hit the garage door, she pulled her car in, put down the door, and then he allegedly was laying in wait for her, okay? Remember, the idea is that he drove to a place, parked his car, had a bike in the back, grabbed the bike, and cycled to this house while she was dropping off her kids at school. So she would have never suspected anybody was in her house. She's coming home, dropping her kids to school. The housekeeper was off, wasn't there at the time. He knew this, and she goes, drives the car in, probably thinking of things she's going to do, and she was just ambushed. And it was a very, very bloody crime scene that had been cleaned up, but they knew that there was significant blood, and that's what they're talking about now, okay? So while searching and processing the garage, they identified multiple areas of the garage which presumptively tested positive for blood. Investigators observed spatter stains on the driver's side of the Range Rover and on the garage floor, north left of the Range Rover. Spatter stains are blood stains resulting from airborne blood drops created when an external force is applied to liquid blood. Detectives also noted indications that the scene had been altered by an attempt to clean it. That's why there was an entire club pack of paper towels missing. That's what the housekeeper said. Wait, there's an entire pack of paper towels missing. We had just, put the new one in here. They kept it on shelves in the garage. Now Seasons is saying, now understand, Jennifer moved to New Canaan, which is on the New York border, to get away from him. He still had that big home in Farmington. Yes. He went up there on the bicycle and hid in the garage. So scary. Absolutely. Yep. Okay. So now here's where we're going to hear about that bicycle, okay? Detectives determined a 2017 Chevrolet Suburban with the license plate AJ69099 registered to Jennifer Dulos was missing from the residential garage. The vehicle was found by NCPD abandoned at approximately 7 p.m. on Lapham Road, adjacent to the southwest portion of Waveney Park in New Canaan. The vehicle was unoccupied. Its running lights were on, and its transmission was left in reverse. Jennifer was not found inside the vehicle or in the surrounding area. Investigators found stain spatter on the passenger side of the vehicle. Forensic results from the crime scene. Evidence recovered from the crime scene at Jennifer's house was submitted to the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Division of Scientific Services Forensic Laboratory for analysis. The table below lists a portion of the results gleaned from the evidence submitted. So there were blood-like stains on the Land Rover hood, and the DNA matched Jennifer Dulos. Blood-like stain on the Land Rover bumper matched to Jennifer Dulos. Blood-like stain on the Land Rover rear fender matches Jennifer Dulos. A blood-like stain from the kitchen faucet has a mixture of Jennifer's and Fotis' blood. Swabbing inside knob plate of the mudroom door is a DNA match to Fotis Dulos. Blood-like stain on the garage floor is a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. A blood-like stain from the east garage wall is a match to Jennifer Dulos. Now, detectives have identified the following persons as central to this investigation: Fotis, Dulos, and associates. Fotis Dulos was the estranged husband of Jennifer, resided at 4 Jefferson Crossing in Farmington, Connecticut. Dulos owned and operated a construction company named The 4 Group, Inc., out of an office at his residence. Dulos and the victim were married in 2006, and together they have 5 children. Michelle Triconis was the girlfriend of Dulos, who resided with him on Jefferson Crossing. Powell Gomini was a full-time employee of 4 Group, and he worked closely with Dulos. Kent Mawini, isn't that crazy? Look at these names. Gomini, Kent Mawini, is a practicing attorney and personal friend of Dulos. Now, this is the guy with the Toyota Tacoma. This is the guy that I said to you he borrowed a vehicle from, okay? He worked daily for Fotis as a project manager, and he operated a Toyota Tacoma. That's very important. Andreas Tautsiartis is a childhood friend of Dulos who lives in Greece. Andreas. Here's the vehicles that are important here, okay? The 2015 Chevrolet Suburban, a black Chevrolet Suburban that's registered to Fotis' company, the 4 Group, and regularly operated by Fotis Dulos. 2014 Jeep Cherokee is a white Jeep Cherokee Laredo, registered also to his business and operated by Fotis, Triconis, the girlfriend, and the worker. Then the 2014 Ford F-150 SVT Raptor, high-performance pickup truck, black and colored, all registered to 4 Group, commonly operated by Fotis. And then that 2001 Toyota Tacoma is the red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck, registered to Gumiani's wife, Barbara Gumiani. According to Gumiani, his wife normally drove her own vehicle, and he used the Toyota Tacoma for transportation to and from the Farmington area in connection to his employment by Fotis Dulos. During Gumiani's work week, he indicated that he was usually provided a 4 Group vehicle to operate. So this is their initial contact with Fotis on May 25th at approximately 2:47 p.m. And this is in 2019, okay? Dulos entered the lobby of the New Canaan Police Department and was met by Officer Patton and CSP Detective Christopher Allegro, nearly 3 hours after his initial expected arrival. So he was late, 3 hours late, Entitlement, doesn't have things in a row, all kinds of things, right? When asked about his attorney, Dulos indicated the lawyer, Jacob Pietranker, was outside talking on the phone. Dulos asked investigators if there was any news on his wife's disappearance and was told detectives were seeking his help in finding her. Officer Patton told Dulos that he would be entering a secure area of the facility and asked if he had any weapons or contraband. As Dulos began pulling items from his clothing pockets, almost immediately he began patting his own pockets and muttering, "Where is my phone?" At approximately this time, Pietranker entered the lobby and announced to police that Dulos would be providing no interview and that he and Dulos would be leaving. Detectives were surprised to hear that Dulos was not going to help in the search for Jennifer, and they began to look for clarification from Dulos and Pietranker. As this discussion was taking place, Pietranker handed Dulos the cell phone he was carrying. Detective Allegro spoke up to ask Dulos, "Is that your phone?" And Dulos responded affirmatively. Detective Allegro asked to see the phone, and Dulos handed over the phone with no apparent hesitation. Observing the phone was locked with a 4-digit passcode, Detective Allegro asked for the unlock code. Dulos provided the code as 0000, and Detective Allegro unlocked the phone. As he placed the phone into airplane mode, a setting which removes the cell phone from the network, thus preventing the data on the phone from being remotely erased, Pietranker asked Detective Allegro what he was doing. Detective Allegro responded that he was securing the cell phone and the data it contains because of his belief that the phone contained evidence related to the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos. He further indicated that a search and seizure warrant would be sought to authorize a search of the cell phone for such evidence. Dulos responded by saying nothing. NCPD surveillance video documented the transaction and showed Dulos appearing agitated and confused. Pietranker asserted that police had no grounds to seize the cell phone because they had no warrant. Detectives acknowledged that a SSW would be sought and that the cell phone would not be searched until a lawful SSW had been issued. Their actions were restricted to the securing of the cell phone and the prevention of potential destruction of evidence contained within the phone. Pietranker responded by saying he needed a moment with his client, and both men walked out of the NCPD lobby. The search warrant for Dulos' primary cell phone on May 25, 2019, the same day Dulos' cell phone was seized at approximately 2:47 p.m., detectives presented an affidavit in Stamford Superior Court outlining the facts known as of 2:47 p.m. that date. Upon review, the court issued a search and seizure warrant at 8:50 p.m. for Dulos' handset seized earlier that day. As the investigation progressed, a second cellular handset with a separate cellular number was seized from Dulos. For clarity, the last 4 digits of Dulos' cell phones are referenced, in this case, 8625. Initial Hartford information on 5/26/2019, a forensic examination of Dulos' cell phone provided information that Dulos' handset was in the area of Albany Avenue in Hartford during the 7 o'clock hour of 5/24/2019. Albany Avenue video canvas. Starting on 5/27/2019, WDMCS detectives began to canvass the area of Fairmont Street, Green Street, and Albany Avenue in the city of Hartford, which resulted in the development of footage showing a large, dark-colored pickup truck consistent with the 2014 Ford Raptor registered to Ford Group, traveling in the area on 5/24/2019 at approximately 7:40 p.m. This is the day that Jennifer disappeared, 5/24/2019. So if you're following, you'll know that the Raptor is seen now. And this is where I'm talking, where you're going to see the dumping of stuff, okay, by Trichonis, the girlfriend, and Fotis Dulos. So we have Hartford surveillance video on 5/30/2019. Detectives contacted the Hartford Police Department Special Operations Group Capital City Command Center, and they requested their assistance in determining Dulos' activities in the area of Albany Avenue. C4 located a male wearing a light-colored shirt, dark pants, and a ball cap. This individual was subsequently identified as Dulos. He was observed operating a large, black-colored pickup truck, which was later identified as that Ford Raptor. A female passenger in the Ford Raptor was shown on surveillance and was subsequently identified to be none other than Dulos' girlfriend, Michelle Trichonis. C4 mapped out Dulos' movements as he deposited multiple black-colored plastic garbage bags into several trash receptacles during the evening of 5/24/2019. Now you have to understand, Michelle Trichonis is with her boyfriend, Fotis, and they are dumping things. Do you think she has knowledge that he killed his wife? Do you think she might have even been part of that planning process? She's definitely helping him clean up evidence. And I guess never thinking if he could kill the mother of his 5 children, that it could be her someday, but seems like she's pretty okay with this. Yeah. And they're throwing their stuff. So at 7:31:26, a black Ford Raptor enters the area of Albany Avenue, covered by Hartford police surveillance cameras from the west. 7:32, the Ford Raptor is shown traveling eastbound along Albany Avenue. A few seconds later, it turns right from Albany Avenue onto southbound Milford Street. As the vehicle passes through the camera's field of view, several plastic bags can be seen in the rear bed of the pickup. At this point, the truck travels through a portion of city streets that are not covered by surveillance cameras for approximately 7 minutes. So for 7 minutes, these two had free rein to do anything, and they weren't seen, right? And don't think they didn't know that. The vehicle comes back, and I feel like this is yesterday. I remember going through this the first time. 7:39, a Ford Raptor re-emerges onto Albany Avenue and turns right to travel eastbound again. At approximately 7:39, the vehicle stops at Albany Avenue and Garden Street, and the male gets out of the driver's seat. He grabs a black plastic bag and he places it into a trash receptacle on the sidewalk. The camera angle shows the rear bed of the truck is now largely empty of bags. At 7:40, a Ford Raptor enters the eastbound on Albany Avenue until it reaches Center Street, where the driver conducts a U-turn to travel westbound again along Albany Avenue. As the truck passes the camera, the rear bed of the truck is seen to hold only one black plastic bag. 7:41, the Raptor is shown from behind traveling westbound on Albany Avenue and stopping at Green Street. The male emerges from the driver's seat. He gets the last garbage bag from the back while standing to the rear of the truck and discards the bag into the trash can. 7:50, a Ford Raptor travels westbound along towards Albany Avenue until it passes out of the area of surveillance at approximately 7:50 p.m. Additional C4 video shows that Dulos removed what appeared to be a large, rigid object from the rear of the Ford Raptor, and he leaned it up against a building. The object was consistent with the appearance of a WeatherTech brand rear cargo liner, determined to be missing from Jennifer's 2017 Chevrolet Suburban. Jennifer's Suburban is the one that was found pulled over, and just everybody's like, where did she go? You know, she just, well, obviously now Jennifer's body was taken out in that Suburban, and that WeatherTech liner is what he puts up against the building over there, right? So, so she had two vehicles in her garage. She had the Range Rover, Land Rover, and her Suburban. Okay. Video also showed an unidentified person removing what appeared to be light-colored piece of material containing a large blood-like stain. The item appeared consistent with one of two small camping pillows, which Jennifer's nanny, Lauren Almeida, reported were missing from the garage storage shelves at 69 Wells Lane crime scene. Okay, so along with these paper towels, which you hear about, these two camping pillows were missing, according to the housekeeper, and these camping pillows were being removed from the truck with what appeared to be blood stains. Investigators subsequently identified and interviewed a homeless male who told investigators he had seen what he described as a bloody pillow, but he had not taken the item. Detectives checked trash receptacles shown on surveillance and recovered garbage bags, consistent with the black garbage bags that were shown on the C4 video, which appeared to be cut clothing and undergarments with a blood-like substance. Plastic zip ties containing a blood-like substance. Other items and household goods. A kitchen sponge with blood-like stains, and other household trash items. Numerous items recovered from trash receptacles corresponding to dump locations on C4 video were submitted to the Department of Emergency Services and the Public Protection Division of Forensic Science Laboratory, located on 278 Colony Street in Meridian, Connecticut. Okay, so let's look over here. This is evidence that was found. So they found blood-like stains from paper towel, and it was a match to Jennifer. And this is from the garbage bags that were discarded, okay? They went back, grabbed the garbage bags, and this is what was found. A sponge with DNA matched to Jennifer Dulos. A mop handle with DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. A black garden glove with a DNA match to Fotis. Black husky gloves with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. A Vineyard Vines. Isn't this funny? Vineyard Vines. That brand of clothing also was in Murdaugh. Striped shirt, extra small, with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. A bra with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. A clear poncho without a hood with a match to Jennifer Dulos. A clear poncho with a hood with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. Zip ties, 4 of them, with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. Standard textile brand bath towel with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. 2 plastic garbage bags taped together with black tape with a DNA match to both Jennifer Dulos and Michelle Troconis. Okay, so 2 plastic bags, garbage bags taped together, and they match both Jennifer and Michelle Troconis. 1 black plastic bag with black tape with a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos, 4 pieces of black bag with duct tape, right index fingerprint of Fotis Dulos, 1 torn black plastic garbage bag tied in a knot on one side with red-brown stains and black tape attached to the inside of the bag, right middle fingerprint of Fotis Dulos, and the left middle fingerprint of Fotis Dulos. The swabbing of the bag interior of the knot is a DNA match to Jennifer Dulos. The blood-like stain on the poncho matches Jennifer Dulos. Swabbing from the trash bags match Jennifer. Swabbing from the tangle of black tape matches Jennifer. The blood-like stain from the exterior of the non-damaged plastic bag is a match to Jennifer. The swabbing of the sticky tape matches Jennifer. The swabbing of the bag, opened and separate bag portions, matches Jennifer. It matches Fotis, and it matches the girlfriend, Michelle Troconis. Okay, recovery of an altered license plate. C4 surveillance video also shows Dulos placing a large white-colored item into a storm drain at the intersection of Albany Avenue and Adams Street. Detectives and Metropolitan District Commission personnel responded to the intersection and accessed the drain. A large white-colored FedEx envelope was removed from the drain and secured by detectives. The envelope was found to contain 2 Connecticut passenger plates, which initially appeared to read 5T6WBU. Upon closer inspection, detectives discovered the plates had been altered using what appeared to be blue tape and a clear adhesive. A collect NCIC check of the plate, as it appeared to read 5T6WBU, yielded no information. When detectives determined the actual plates were 516WDJ, an NCIC check of the actual alphanumeric listed the plate as canceled on a 2007 Chevrolet Suburban that was registered to Fotis Dulos. So he took his old license plates, he altered them, and put them on the truck. Based on the above facts and circumstances, detectives sought an arrest warrant for Dulos and Troconis on charges stemming from the disposal of evidence in Jennifer's disappearance along Albany Avenue in Hartford. On June 1st, 2019, arrest warrants for Dulos and Troconis were authorized and executed, charging both individuals with tampering with or fabricating physical evidence and for hindering prosecution in the first degree. The initial interview with Michelle Troconis. As of the drafting of this affidavit, Dulos has provided absolutely no cooperation to law enforcement in their investigation into Jennifer's disappearance. Investigators have turned to Dulos' girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, for assistance. Starting on 5/24/2019, NCPD personnel reached out several times to Troconis, leaving multiple phone messages for her to call them back. Troconis failed to respond to any of their messages. On 6/2/2019, detectives conducted the first interview with Troconis at NCPD headquarters following her initial arrest on the above charges. Troconis' attorney, Andrew Bowman, was present in the room during all questioning. During this initial interview, Troconis offered her first version of the events of the date of Jennifer's disappearance, 5/24/2019, as well as the circumstances leading up to that day. Troconis' explanation of alibi scripts. On June 3rd, 2019, the day after Troconis' first interview, WDMCS crime van detectives were executing a search warrant at 4 Jefferson Crossing when they located a set of handwritten notes. These documents came to be referred to by investigators as the alibi script. The 2-page document included 2 distinct handwriting styles, which were later confirmed by Troconis to be her own handwriting and that of Dulos. The alibi script was an outline of the activities of Troconis and Dulos for the dates 5/24/19 and 5/25/2019, laid out in approximately hourly increments. The original handwritten alibi script was recovered from the trash bin in the 4-group office, and photocopies were in a briefcase. The alibi script, a narrative which was nearly identical to the information provided by Troconis in her first interview, and it represented an account of 5/24/2019 and 5/25/2019, which Dulos and Troconis together had authored, and which narrative Troconis presented nearly verbatim in her first interview. In her second 2 interviews, Troconis' account of those dates diverged from the alibi script, particularly when confronted with evidence, much of which was unknown to investigators during the first interview. It is therefore important to describe the various sources of information developed thus far during this investigation. Interview number 2. Starting in her second interview, Troconis provided the following reasons for why she and Dulos had written out the alibi scripts. Troconis stated that on either Saturday, 5/25/2019, or Sunday, 5/27/2019, that doesn't even make sense because that should be 26, right? She was present for a phone conversation between Dulos and his family attorney, Jacob Petranker, in which Petranker instructed Dulos to write out a precise timeline of his actions on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2019, the day of his last visitation with his children, which had occurred in part at Jennifer's home, 69 Wellis Lane. Troconis reported the attorney had told Dulos to write down everything he had done during the visit to Jennifer's home. Petranker specifically told Dulos to record whether or not he had entered Jennifer's home. Troconis remembered being surprised that Dulos had been to Jennifer's home that date because Dulos had told her the visitation occurred at Grace Farms in New Canaan. Troconis continued, "Photos goes, no, I did not go in the house." And Petranker said, "Make sure. Where did you guys eat?" Dulos continued to say, "No, I didn't go inside the house. But yes, I hugged the kids. We played. I don't know if a hair went in." Following the call, Troconis confronted Dulos. "I'm like, photos? Where were you on Wednesday? Because you told me you went to Grace Farms." Dulos admitted he had gone to Jennifer's house, and he added that they had eaten outside. Troconis reported that Dulos had told her, "Jacob was saying write down everything as you were by the time you spent in Jennifer's house. Where did you eat? Did you put any plates inside the house? Did you remember going to the bathroom?" Dulos repeated to Troconis that he had not entered Jennifer's home. Detectives pointed out that in recording their timelines, both she and Dulos had chosen to omit the trip to dump trash in Hartford, to which Troconis replied, "I know." When Troconis was told this looked bad, that she and Dulos had failed to record potentially incriminating information, Troconis replied, "Okay, I know." Troconis denied that Dulos had told her to leave certain items out of the script. She reported Dulos had told her to write out the highlights of her day's events. When asked if Dulos was dictating what story Troconis should tell police, she responded, "Well, obviously was for me to say it, but he was trying to be more accurate, but with a lie. That's what I'm saying. He was trying to fill things that I don't remember with things that it wasn't true." Troconis submitted to 2 subsequent voluntary interviews in the presence of her attorney, in which she presented vastly different accounts of the events of 5/24/2019. Additionally, the later seizure of and search warrant execution on Dulos and Troconis' cell phone provided another source of information. Detectives also secured various sources of residential and commercial surveillance footage. Therefore, these sources of information for Troconis included Interview 1, June 2nd, alibi scripts, June 3rd, interview number 2, June 6th, interview number 3, August 13th, Troconis' cell phone data, Dulos' cell phone data, and residential surveillance. In each of her interviews, Troconis offered claims which conflicted with her other interviews and even sometimes portions of that same interview. When confronted with conflicts in the information she was providing, whether they be inconsistencies with other answers or contradictions to surveillance sources, Troconis would only provide more truthful information, sometimes modifying or changing her answer in the middle of it. During her 3 interviews, Troconis provided a variety of explanations when asked if Dulos was home at 4 Jefferson Crossing in Farmington when she awoke the morning of 5/24/2019, the morning Jennifer disappeared. Now, in interview number 1, her statements included that on 5/24/2019, both she and Dulos had woke up around 6:40 a.m. She told investigators that she and Dulos had showered and were intimate together before she made breakfast for her daughter and then drove her to school. This is inconsistent with information from the forensic download of Dulos' cell phone, which indicated on 5/24/2019 the alarm activated at 4:20 a.m. and was shut off at 4:21 a.m. When pressed on whether Dulos was home that morning, Troconis admitted, so maybe he wasn't home the entire morning, but Troconis continued to still provide Dulos with an alibi for that morning from 6:40 until 8:15 a.m. She reported last seeing Dulos that morning at 8:15 a.m. in the 4-group office with Malwini, that's the attorney. Troconis explained that she was out of the house from 9 to 11:30 a.m., which provides her with plausible deniability for that period of time. When asked to clarify if Dulos was home on the morning of 5/24/2019, Troconis did not answer the question. Instead, she immediately began telling investigators what she had been doing by saying, all my morning I have doing, he was in the house, I have texts. Detectives continued to ask about Dulos' whereabouts, and Troconis ultimately acknowledged, so maybe he wasn't home. Interview number 2. From the very beginning of the second interview, Troconis continued to lie about seeing Dulos on the morning of May 24th. What are you saying, Seasons? I think the theory is he drove to New Canaan, hid the truck, right, pulled out the bicycle, exactly, surprised or hurt her, and the rest. Yes, that's exactly right, Seasons. From the very beginning of the second interview, Troconis continued to lie about seeing Dulos on the morning of 5/24. Troconis was asked if Dulos is at the home when she wakes up at 6:40 a.m. Troconis first reported, he was there when we woke up. He was in the house. When Troconis was told investigators had evidence showing Dulos was not in the house, Troconis replied, okay. Troconis proceeded to cover her face with her hands, wipe her eyes, and then tried to change the subject. Troconis' attorney, Andrew Bowman, tried to clarify with Troconis to see if she actually saw Dulos on the morning of 5/24/2019. Troconis hedged her answer, but acquiesced that she did not see Dulos on that day until between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Troconis was asked if there was tension between Dulos and herself because of his divorce and the problems surrounding it. Her response was, we fight all the time. Detectives asked Troconis if the turmoil might be a motivating factor to get rid of Jennifer. Troconis reported that Dulos had expressed to her that he never thought Jennifer would do this to him and that he never saw this side of her. Trochonis also conveyed Dulos had told her, "Sometimes I hope she disappears." Interview number 3. In this interview, Trochonis' statements included, investigators during the first 2 interviews, Trochonis hesitated before answering yes. Investigators asked Trochonis if Dulos was home when she shut off her alarm on 5/24 at 6:40 a.m. Trochonis began shaking her head left to right as she responded no. Detectives confirmed he was not there. Trochonis answered no. Investigators asked Trochonis if she showered that morning with Dulos. Trochonis responded, "No, I didn't." Trochonis ultimately admitted she had not seen Dulos in the bedroom, in the shower, or anywhere else in the house that morning until noontime when Dulos called up to her for lunch. Trochonis told investigators in her first interview that there was a 4-group meeting on the morning of 5/24/2019 in the office area of 4 Jefferson Crossing, which was attended by Dulos and Kent Mulwiney. Trochonis' account was contradicted by her subsequent claims and by Mulwiney. Interview number 1. During the initial interview, Trochonis' claims included, Trochonis reported that Dulos was in the 4-group office section of the residence conducting a business meeting with attorney Kent Mulwiney the morning of 5/24/2019 at approximately 8:15 a.m. She ultimately told 3 different versions of this meeting. Trochonis first said she saw Mulwiney and Dulos both sitting at a table talking with one another. Later, Trochonis indicated she only heard Mulwiney and Dulos talking but never saw the 2 of them together sitting at the table. And finally, Trochonis reported she only heard Mulwiney talking but did not see or hear Dulos. Trochonis stated she greeted Mulwiney in the 4-group office that morning. In an interview, Mulwiney admitted to investigators that he was at the 4-group office that morning, but stated that he never saw Trochonis. In interview number 2, Trochonis was asked if Mulwiney was in the 4-group office on the morning of 5/24/2019, to which she began nodding her head and saying, "Yes, that I did see." She stated Mulwiney had a meeting that morning with Dulos. She continued to maintain that Dulos was present in the office at approximately 8:20 or 8:30 a.m. Trochonis added that she had greeted Mulwiney by saying hi. When Trochonis was asked if she knew the whereabouts of Dulos' cell phone that morning, she replied that she thought Dulos had his cell phone. When asked if Dulos would normally carry his cell phone with him, Trochonis responded, "Yes and no, but a lot yes." Trochonis answered that it would be unusual for Dulos to be without his phone, even for a few hours. Trochonis left open the possibility that Dulos had left his cell phone behind accidentally. But when questioned, Trochonis reported Dulos had not told her he forgot his cell phone on 5/24/2019. In interview 3, she provided the following information. Trochonis told detectives that after returning from dropping off her daughter at school, she had gone into the 4-group office and had seen Mulwiney at the far end of the glass table. Upon seeing Mulwiney, she said good morning to him, and he had responded, "Hello, good morning." Trochonis then noticed that Dulos' cell phone was sitting on the table, and she found it unusual that the cell phone was there at a time when Dulos was not present, and his whereabouts was unknown to her. Upon repeated questioning by detectives, Trochonis was unwilling to say that Dulos was not at the residence. She would only say that she did not see Dulos that morning, not in the bedroom, not in the kitchen, and not in the 4-group office, and that she did not know about his whereabouts during the entire morning. What happened? Do you want to call in, Seasons? If you want to call in, you can call in. just send me a if you want to call in and talk about it. Yes, you can. No problem. Okay, so she was unwilling to say that Dulos was not at the residence. She would only say that she didn't see him that morning. And I thought Dulos was there because Kent was there. But I didn't see him. Back then, I always thought Dulos was in the house, but thinking I never saw him, I never heard his voice, so obviously he wasn't, or probably he wasn't in the house. An incoming phone call from Andreas T. We're just going to call him T, because Dulos' phone records showed an incoming call to his cell phone on 5/24 at 8:24 a.m. The call was prearranged by Dulos the previous day with his friend, Andreas, who lives in Greece. Interview number 1, the incoming call from Andreas was not mentioned by Trichonis in the first interview. In interview number 2, Trichonis did not discuss the call from Greece during the interview. She continued to claim no knowledge about Dulos, that Dulos did not have his cell phone that day. But in interview number 3, Trichonis changed her entire story regarding the presence and absence of Dulos' cell phone that day by acknowledging Dulos' cell phone was sitting on the 4-group office as she and Kent Mulwiney stood in the office, and that it received an incoming call. The phone rang, and it was a call from, well, it said Andreas, and Kent Mulwiney stood up. According to Trichonis, Mulwiney motioned for her to answer the cell phone. In answering a question from Attorney Bowman, Trichonis responded, he, Mulwiney, said, like, there's a phone ringing. Are you going to do something with the phone or the call? And I picked up the phone. Trichonis stated she knew Andreas, a childhood friend of Dulos who lives in Greece, but that she was not sure if it was Andreas calling. Trichonis also indicated she heard static when she answered the cell phone, and that it was difficult to hear. Trichonis reported that she then heard the Greek word for hello, and she responded hola, the Spanish word for hello. Trichonis explained that the call was short and lasted only a few seconds before ending. Dulos' cell phone data shows a 17-second call. Trichonis stated, and I'm pretty sure it was Andreas' voice. Trichonis indicated there was no follow-up phone call, and that soon after the call, she left the office, leaving Dulos' cell phone sitting on the table. Trichonis provided herself with several methods for investigators to rule out her presence at the crime scene on the morning of 5/24/2019. Interview number 1, during her initial interview, she made the following claims: that she left the Jefferson Crossing house on 5/24/2019 at 9:10 a.m. and dropped off an item to a friend, thereby providing herself with an in-person alibi before traveling north to the Simsbury Stop and Shop, where she took photographs of herself and a store robot, providing a secondary alibi. On her way home, Trichonis stopped by an additional address in West Simsbury, where she met with a different friend, providing a third alibi. When asked if Dulos was home on the morning of 5/24/2019, Trichonis responded by telling detectives that her locations were substantiated by photographs and texts on her cell phone. She did not answer the actual question asked. In interview number 2, without any prompting, Trichonis provided a description of the clothing she was wearing at the Simsbury Stop and Shop to help investigators identify her on the store's surveillance. In interview number 3, detectives continued to question Trichonis about the alibi scripts, which Trichonis admitted having written with Dulos. Although she appeared to deflect more of the onus for writing the document onto Dulos, investigators pointed out that he wrote notes for Michelle which were false. Troconis grudgingly admitted that the portions of the alibi script were factual, inaccurate, and that she had nonetheless provided these falsehoods to the police as facts. Troconis' lunch with Dulos on 5/24/2019. Troconis was inconsistent when questioned about Dulos' arrival at the Jefferson Crossing for their lunch together. Interview number 1, Troconis reported returning to Jefferson Crossing at about 12 p.m. She stated the Ford Raptor was not on the property because Gamiani was driving it. Troconis stated the Ford Group Chevrolet Suburban was there. Detectives asked Troconis if anyone else was at the house at noon. She responded, "I had lunch with Fotis, but later, not immediately." Detectives asked Troconis to be clear if Fotis was in the house when Troconis returned to the house as late as noon. Troconis responded, "He probably can be because he has an office on top. I mean, I didn't look for him." Troconis reported a different time frame for the lunch that she ate with Dulos on 5/24. In interview number 1, she reported 1 p.m. She then changed the time to between 1 and 2. In interview number 2, she said sometime prior to 1. In interview number 3, she said between 12 and 1:30 p.m. In the alibi scripts, it's between noon and 1. Surveillance shows the Toyota Tacoma pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road at 12:25 p.m. Now that's another address that's important, that 80 Mountain Spring Road. Okay? During her second interview, let me just show you that 80 Mountain Spring Road.
As I'm in the midst.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, this is 80 Mountain Spring Road. We're going to hear a lot about this house. There's another one that Fotis group had built. Okay. We're going to hear a lot about this house. All right, so let me go. Let's go back. I think you get the gist of that. The outside is important to remember. Okay. During her second interview, she explained when Dulos returned home for lunch that day, he was wearing jeans and a light shirt with short sleeves, similar to a polo. When, in her third interview, she claimed that Dulos was wearing a collared button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and that he appeared normal. In interview number 3, Michelle Troconis admits that she could not account for Dulos' whereabouts on the morning of 5/24. When asked if she could confirm that Dulos' whereabouts on the morning, she acknowledged she could not. Troconis claimed that she had not found it unusual for Dulos to have absolutely no contact with her during the entire morning on 5/24. She claimed on some days they speak 20 times, while on other days they have no contact at all. 80 Mountain Spring Road, Farmington is a property that is large. It's an isolated property owned by the Ford Group, and it includes a massive 11,000 plus square foot mansion with 5 bedrooms, 5 full and 3 half baths, situated on 5.08 acres. The location is a 5-minute, 2.1 mile drive from Ford Jefferson Crossing. Throughout her 3 interviews, Troconis provided vastly different accounts all of which conflicted with location data gleaned from Dulos and Troconis' cell phones. In her first interview, she provided the following. She said that Dulos called her on her phone to tell her they both had to go over to 80 Mountain Spring Road to clean the house in preparation for a client meeting the next morning. She described it as common for them to use their cell phones to call one another. Troconis had to bring a vacuum, a Swiffer mop, paper towels, Clorox spray, and garbage bags. Come on, hon. We're going to be cleaning up now. Bring all the supplies over. Troconis reported that she and Dulos drove the 2.1 miles to 80 Mountain Spring Road in separate vehicles, sometime between 2:15 and 3. The surveillance shows that Dulos drives his 2015 Chevy Suburban, followed by Troconis in a 2014 Jeep Cherokee. Both vehicles registered to the 4 group and arriving at 80 Mountain Spring Road at 1:36 p.m. Soon after arriving, Troconis reported that she discovered the vacuum she brought didn't work. Oh, darn it, doesn't work. She explained how she returned to Jefferson Crossing to obtain a small broom. Let's see. Gee, the vacuum doesn't work. What can I do? I don't know. Go back to the Jefferson Crossing house and just get a small broom. What? In order to clarify her story, detectives asked Troconis what she first saw when she drove into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road. She reported seeing the Suburban already parked, with Dulos standing inside the south garage bay. Troconis indicated that at approximately 3 p.m. she returned to Jefferson Crossing. She explained the way the Jeep was parked. It was easier to drive the Suburban. Okay, so she has to go back to the Jefferson Crossing, decides that it's just easier to take the Suburban. So she goes back in the car that Fotis allegedly drove over. Troconis reported she went back to 80 Mountain Spring Road between 3:40 and 4. When she arrived, she observed Dulos on his phone out in the area of the driveway where the cars are parked. Troconis began cleaning windows, but then she gave up because she realized the house was too big. It took her a little while to realize this house that you just saw was a little too big, and she was cleaning windows. She continued to claim that she didn't know what Dulos was doing there on the property. When Troconis was told that Dulos had killed his wife and involved her in the cleanup, she responded by saying, "That's like even worse. I hate him because of that." Affiant Kimball told Troconis, "He got you in trouble." "You in trouble, girl?" Troconis replied, "But I was cleaning the house. I wasn't cleaning Jennifer." Interview number 3. During the third interview, Troconis provided some entirely new information. Just look at that again. I mean, this is ridiculous. Affiant Kimball says, he got you in trouble. "But I was cleaning the house. I wasn't cleaning Jennifer." Crazy. During interviews 1 and 2, Troconis repeatedly told investigators she had been cleaning windows. During the third interview, Troconis began claiming that she had been cleaning bathrooms. Troconis indicated that when Gumieni arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road at approximately 5 p.m., she and Dulos had been standing up against the Toyota Tacoma's passenger side. Fotis, Dulos, and I were against the car, the Tacoma. Fotis was like behind me, like physical contact. Powell Gumieni arrives. I think Powell or Fotis said, "I didn't see anything," or "we weren't doing anything." I think something like a joke. When asked to explain her meaning, and Draconis answered like, yeah, we were making, Draconis appears to be saying that Gumieni's arrival interrupted Dulos and Draconis from engaging in sex alongside the passenger side of a Toyota. Now, let's just try to believe this, okay? They have this 11,000 square foot home, but they're doing that on the side of a Toyota Tacoma truck. It's not even. They're both exhibitionists, I guess, and they were hoping to get caught. Okay. Draconis told investigators that she was inside 80 Mountain Spring Road when Dulos came inside looking for paper towels because he had spilled something in the Tacoma. Supposedly, Dulos went back outside to clean the spilled coffee. Now here she is, okay? I need paper towels. Why? I spilled my coffee in the Toyota Tacoma that, well, you know, is normally our laborer's truck. Can you come out and clean it up? Sure, I'll be right out there to come clean that up. And supposedly Dulos went back outside to clean out the spilled coffee, and then he returned to her and handed her the paper towel, which she threw in the garbage. Draconis explained, he, Dulos, said that he spilled, I think it was coffee. When asked where Dulos had spilled the coffee, Draconis responded, in one of the cars. That's what he told me. I'm not sure if that's true or not. But the paper towel was dirty. Draconis indicated the used paper towel had been brown in color. She told investigators that the soiled paper towel did not smell like coffee. In all three interviews, Draconis described how she repeatedly drove back and forth between 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing, using both the Jeep and the Suburban. The timing she provided is not corroborated by the cellular data of Draconis' and Dulos' phone. Dulos appears to remain at 80 Mountain Spring Road from approximately 1:36 p.m. until approximately 4:07 p.m. That's about 2.5 hours. Starting in her first interview, Draconis told investigators that between 6:30 p.m. and 7 p.m., Dulos had offered to go to Starbucks located in West Hartford. Interview number 1, Draconis explained that she and Dulos rode towards the Starbucks in the Ford Raptor. Draconis reported that she was on her phone. She wasn't even aware of what was going on, and Dulos drove right past that Starbucks to what Draconis described as a creepy area, which was a crowded place with fire and police vehicles. Draconis explained that Fotis stopped and we stopped and he would throw something from the back, a bag, or I don't know what. I wasn't really paying attention. Draconis asked Dulos, why are we here? Like it doesn't make sense. We've thrown garbage bags in other opportunities, but I've never been in that area. Draconis described how Dulos threw at least one garbage bag into a dumpster. They've done this before, but just the area didn't feel right. Okay? Just a little bit. Wasn't feeling right in this one. Yeah. Detectives showed Michelle Draconis screenshots from the surveillance footage showing the large black-colored pickup truck and the male wearing the light-colored shirt, dark pants, and ball cap. Draconis identified the male as Fotis and the truck as that Ford Raptor. Draconis also confirmed that she was the female passenger that was pictured leaning out of the passenger side door. Detectives asked Draconis what was in the back of the Raptor, and she responded, I don't know. I wasn't looking. I was on the phone. I was probably talking to Pitu, my friend Pitu. Draconis explained that following the Albany Avenue leg of their trip that she and Dulos went to the Starbucks. Video footage from the Starbucks shows Dulos and Draconis entering the store and purchasing food and drink at approximately 7:59 p.m. The Albany Avenue trip was not discussed during the second interview. During her third interview, Troconis began changing elements of her story. She changed her explanation of the items she was instructed by Dulos to bring to 80 Mountain Spring Road, and of her activities at that location. Troconis listed the items she brought to 80 Mountain Spring Road. I brought a bucket, a sponge, garbage bags, disposable gloves. Okay. Troconis described the items. The bucket is white, the sponge yellow and green, the garbage bags are black. Troconis also brought Windex, Clorox bleach, a vacuum, broom, and paper towels. Investigators asked Troconis what she was planning on cleaning, and she responded, "The house, and I wasn't going to clean it all." Interview number 3. Troconis tells investigators she arrives at 80 Mountain Spring Road driving the Jeep Cherokee as Dulos drove the Suburban. When they arrived, Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma was already there. Troconis claimed to have no knowledge of why or how the Toyota Tacoma was on the property. She claimed she was inside 80 Mountain Spring Road cleaning bathrooms when she saw Dulos from the master bedroom window. She claimed that Dulos was setting up stakes to keep people from parking on the newly seeded grass. At some point, Dulos went down into the basement of that house, after which she returned to 4 Jefferson Crossing for a broom. Investigators asked Troconis if there is anything going on at 80 Mountain Spring Road that she doesn't want to be part of. Troconis replies, "No, not that I know, not of my knowledge." Interview number 3, Troconis told investigators that she was inside cleaning when Dulos came inside looking for paper towels, claiming he spilled something. Troconis explained that Dulos went out to clean, and when he returned, he gave her the paper towel he had used, and she threw it in the garbage. Troconis explained that Dulos said he was cleaning spilled coffee. When detectives asked where Dulos had spilled the coffee, she responded, in one of the cars. "That's what he told me. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but the paper towel was dirty." When asked the color of the soiled towel, she replied it was brown. Investigators told Troconis it was difficult to believe she didn't know what was going on, and Troconis responded by saying, "I didn't know what was going on, and up to now I didn't see anything." Investigators asked where Dulos was cleaning the coffee stains, and she said, "I believe it was in the Tacoma." Investigation determined that on 5/29/2019, Dulos and Troconis together shuttled Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma to Russell Speeder's Car Wash in Avon, Connecticut, in order to have the vehicle thoroughly cleaned and detailed. Dulos paid $250 in cash to have these services performed, and did so without Gumieni's knowledge or permission. Residential surveillance from Jefferson Crossing shows a black Chevrolet Yukon followed by a red pickup truck driving on Jefferson Crossing through Eli Road at 8:56 a.m. During interview number 3, Troconis indicated that Dulos was driving the Tacoma and she was driving the Yukon as they drove to Russell Speeder's Car Wash in Avon. Russell Speeder's surveillance footage shows the Toyota pickup entering the parking lot area at approximately 9:05 a.m. Dulos can be seen entering the lobby and speaking with the Russell Speeder's representative, who records the following information on the detail log sheet for the vehicle. The name is left blank. The phone number recorded is Troconis' cell phone. The vehicle field is filled out as Toyota Sienna. The time field is recorded as 8:44. The detail field is marked as full. The price field is marked as $250. According to Troconis, Dulos got into the Chevrolet Yukon and the two traveled to the law offices of attorney Andrew Bowman, who currently represents Troconis. At approximately 1:39 p.m., Troconis' phone records show an incoming call from that number, which is the listed business phone number of Russell Speeder's Car Wash, at approximately 2:28 p.m. Draconis' phone records place her cell phone in the area of the People's United Bank, 310 West Main Street in Avon. At approximately 2:28, Russell Speeder's surveillance shows Dulos enter the lobby to pay for the detailing of the Toyota. Both Dulos and Draconis were arrested on September 4th, 2019 and September 5th, 2019, respectively, largely based on the roles outlined above to tamper with or fabricate physical evidence in violation of Section 53A 15581 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The 2001 Toyota Tacoma. On 6/6/2019, detectives seized that 2001 Toyota Tacoma, Connecticut combination plate 6617CN, at the residence of Powell Gamiani. During the search warrant execution, Gamiani told detectives that the seats which were installed in the Toyota were different from the seats which had been in the truck on 5/24/2019. Gamiani signed a written consent to search form, and he provided the seats to police voluntarily. Pursuant to a Joyce warrant, the seats were sent to DESPP Forensic Laboratory for testing. The results indicated that Jennifer Dulos' blood was found in the passenger seat of the vehicle. Now the bicycle. Hi, Oliver. Powell Gamiani told investigators he was aware that Dulos owned an older model black or brown bicycle, which he had brought with him when he moved to the United States. Dulos told Gamiani that the bike was made in France and was his childhood bicycle. This is my childhood bicycle. Okay. Dulos had asked Gamiani to fix the bicycle back in the fall of 2018 or the beginning of 2019. Gamiani remembered the bicycle had been routinely stored on the hook in the garage at 4 Jefferson Crossing. During the interview number 3, Draconis reported seeing such a bicycle at 80 Mountain Spring Road. When detectives showed Draconis photographs of the interior of 4 Jefferson Crossing garage taken June 3rd, 2019, she indicated Dulos' bicycle is missing from the picture. Draconis pointed out the empty hook where the bike normally hung. Evidence recovered from the Albany Avenue trash receptacles contained a logo consistent with a vintage Mercier brand bicycle, a French-made bicycle consistent with Gamiani's description. Detectives located photographs taken in 2008 at a residence shared by Jennifer and Fotis, which showed a dark-colored vintage bicycle consistent with this bicycle's Mercier. On the day of Jennifer's disappearance, residential surveillance on Weed Street, New Canaan, showed an individual dressed in a hooded sweatshirt, dark clothing, riding a bicycle consistent with Dulos' bike towards Jennifer's residence. The detectives conducted an extensive canvass for surveillance sources along various routes in the Farmington-Avon area within the town of New Canaan and points in between. These vehicles included the black 2015 Chevrolet Suburban that's registered to Ford Group and a white 2014 Jeep Cherokee Laredo registered to Ford Group, along with that Raptor registered to Ford Group. Currently, investigators developed information that in the days leading up to Jennifer's disappearance, the vehicle had been provided by Dulos to his employee, Powell Gamiani. So the Raptor is being given to the employee, and he's using the Tacoma. This red 2001 Tacoma associated with Powell Gamiani. Specific components of the vehicle were compared on the video sources to verify the vehicle consistency, and surveillance video gleaned from the day 5/23/2019 and from the date of the crime 5/24/2019. Surveillance from a residence just south of Jefferson Crossing on Eli Road shows a vehicle consistent with the Raptor traveling north on Eli Road towards Jefferson Crossing. This is on 5/23. At 4:54, it shows what appears to be Paul Gamiani's Toyota Tacoma traveling south along Eli Road, followed by Fotis' Dulos' Ford Raptor. The footage shows these vehicles appearing to travel in tandem on Eli Road from Jefferson Crossing towards 80 Mountain Spring Road. At 4:57, surveillance capturing the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road shows a Toyota Tacoma and a Ford Raptor coming from the direction of Eli Road, pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road. Surveillance source shows a Raptor leaving the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road and turning into Mountain Spring Road northbound to travel back towards the Dulos residence. The Eli Road surveillance shows a Ford Raptor traveling northbound towards the Dulos residence. Data obtained via search warrant from the OnStar module of Dulos' Ford Raptor indicated the vehicle was located at 4 Jefferson Crossing when the gear shift was placed into drive at 5:10 p.m. Surveillance on Eli Road shows a Chevrolet Suburban with a Ford Group placard on its front passenger door traveling south on Eli Road, away from Jefferson Crossing and towards the Mountain Spring Road. Surveillance on Mountain Spring Road shows a black Chevy Suburban exiting the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road. On 5/24, 80 Mountain Spring Road, a red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck drives off the property of 80 Mountain Spring Road and turns left onto Mountain Spring Road southbound. 6:36, Route 15 SB, Fairfield, a red Toyota Tacoma consistent with Gumieni's truck was found traveling southbound on the Merritt Parkway, Route 15, passing the Fairfield rest area at 6:36 a.m. Lapham Road, New Canaan. Video from New Canaan school buses showed an empty turnout on Lapham Road southbound just north of the Merritt Parkway overpass at 7:05 a.m. 7:31 a.m. Weed Street, New Canaan. Video showed a person riding a bicycle in a northwest direction along Weed Street. The cyclist appeared to be dressed in all dark clothing with a hood pulled down low to hide their face. The bicycle being ridden appears to be a dark-colored touring bike with the curled ram horn handlebars common on vintage 10-speed bicycles. The bicycle appeared to have metallic, reflective rims. Witness statements, including from Powell Gumieni, and photographic evidence established that Dulos owned a vintage bicycle matching this description. The location of the surveillance falls in line with the 20-minute bike route from the Waveney Park section of Lapham Road, the location which the Toyota was staged. 69 Wellis Lane, the direction of the rider is towards Wellis Lane and away from Waveney Park. A New Canaan school bus traveling southbound on Lapham Road at 7:40 a.m. showed the same turnout occupied by a red Toyota truck consistent with Gumieni's pickup. The turnoff is within approximately 100 feet of the turnoff that Jennifer's 2017 Chevy Suburban would later be found abandoned. The bed of the truck appeared empty. At 7:57 a.m., a school bus traveling northbound on Lapham Road showed the Toyota still parked in the same dirt turnout on Lapham Road. At 8:05 a.m., Jennifer's 2017 Chevy Suburban is shown on residential security camera driving eastbound along Wells Lane towards her residence after Jennifer dropped her children off at school. At 8:05 to 10:25 is when they're saying the murder and cleanup happened. At some point between Jennifer's arrival home and 10:25 a.m., the crimes occur in the garage, 2 hours and 25 minutes. Dulos packages Jennifer using plastic zip ties and places her inside her own 2017 Chevrolet Suburban. Dulos cleans the garage using supplies he finds in the garage and paper towels from the kitchen. He leaves the scene at 10:25. Residential surveillance on Wallace Lane shows Jennifer's 2017 Chevrolet Suburban traveling westbound away from 69 Wallace Lane. Cellular data obtained from Jennifer's cell phone is consistent with the phone moving from Wallace Lane to Lapham Road during this time frame. Route 15 NB New Canaan. The Toyota Tacoma is shown traveling northbound on the Merritt Parkway, passing the New Canaan rest area at 11:12. An object is now visible in the rear bed of the truck, which appears to be the rim of a bicycle. The Toyota Tacoma is seen traveling northbound on the Merritt Parkway, passing the Fairfield rest area at 11:25 a.m. Route 8 NB Derby. The Toyota Tacoma is shown traveling northbound on Route 8, passing Valley Transit District, 12 Main Street, Derby, 11:40 a.m. 12:09 p.m. In 184 EB Waterbury, the Toyota Tacoma is shown traveling eastbound along I-84 in Waterbury. Let's see here. So you sent the email? Okay, Seasons. I will, let me go and give you what I have to do is just don't get scared now, because you're going to see me leave for just a little minute. But I'm going to be right here. I just have to start a Zoom for you to come into. Just relax. There'll be a new Zoom. Okay, I'm going to send it to you now. Let me just make sure I've got your email. Okay. Okay, so Seasons, I'm sending this. Okay. There you go. So if you have the Zoom, you just can click on the link. I don't know if you're doing it through a phone. Well, even if phone or computer, you can just click on the link and come on in. You know what? My lights are not on. I don't know why my lights are not on. Hold on one second. I'm going to turn on this. That's why it seems dark in here. Hold on. I'm still right here. I'll continue with this, and then if you want to, whenever you come up, you'll have the number. But this is if you take apart this affidavit, is just, it's incredible. The amount of stuff that's in here, the deception is just crazy. It's crazy. Okay, so where did we go with that? There's our thing. Okay. So they showed the Toyota Tacoma pulling into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road at 12:22 p.m. Surveillance shows a white Jeep followed by a black Suburban and with a full rack pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road at 1:36. Troconis is operating the Jeep. Dulos is driving the Chevrolet. 2:01. Residential surveillance shows the Jeep pulling into 80 Mountain Spring from the direction of Jefferson Crossing. This follows a call from Dulos to Troconis at 1:53 at a time the handset is in the area of 80 Mountain Spring Road. The footage is consistent with Troconis' arrival at 80 Mountain Spring Road after receiving the call from Dulos. 2:24. Surveillance shows the white Jeep pulling out of 80 Mountain Spring Road, turning right, going back to Jefferson Crossing. 3:55. Surveillance shows the Jeep returning to 80 Mountain Spring. 4:03. It shows the black Suburban with the rack leaving 80 Mountain Spring. 4:23, 20 minutes after Troconis drove away in the Suburban, residential surveillance shows the Suburban returning. Both Troconis's and Dulos' cell phones appear to be at Jefferson Crossing, and that can be in that special. 4:58. Residential surveillance shows the Ford Raptor being operated by Gumieni arriving at 80 Mountain Spring Road. According to his statement, Gumieni has already gone to 4 Jefferson Crossing, having arrived at approximately 4:30 p.m. Gumieni found no one home at the residence, and he was unable to reach Dulos by phone. Gumieni went to the kitchen expecting to find the key to his Tacoma, where it normally is kept, but he was unable to find it. Gumieni then drove to Deercliff Road and then to 80 Mountain Spring Road, where he encountered Dulos and Troconis in the driveway. 5:02 p.m. Residential surveillance shows the Ford Raptor leaving the property as Gumieni drives the truck back to Jefferson Crossing. Within approximately 30 seconds, the Jeep is shown backing out of the driveway and stopping on Mountain Spring Road just south of the driveway. The black Suburban then pulls to the end of the driveway and sits for within possible earshot of the Jeep for 10 to 15 seconds for no apparent reason, no traffic passing, before pulling out to travel north on Mountain Spring Road towards Jefferson Crossing. Troconis follows the Suburban northbound in the Jeep. Surveillance shows the Raptor at 5:14 p.m. pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road from the direction of Jefferson Crossing. This is Dulos driving the Raptor and Gumieni as the passenger, as Gumieni tries to pick up his Toyota Tacoma. According to Gumieni's statement, when he arrived back at his truck, he noticed the key, which had been seen in the passenger door lock, had been removed. The absence of the only key to the vehicle prevented Gumieni from driving his vehicle. Dulos offers, hey babe, hey guy, dude, take my Ford Raptor for the weekend. But Gumieni said he wanted to transport his dirt bike from Dulos' residence to his own house in Simsbury, and Gumieni wanted to use his Toyota to accomplish this. Dulos' cell phone at 5:16 shows a call to Troconis telling her to return with the keys. 5:24 p.m., 80 Mountain Spring Road. Residential surveillance shows the Chevrolet Suburban entering the driveway as Troconis brings the Toyota keys back. 5:27, residential surveillance shows the black Chevy Suburban driven by Troconis leaving 80 Mountain Spring Road. The red Toyota Tacoma driven by Gumieni pulls onto Mountain Spring Road northbound a few seconds later. 5:28 p.m., residential surveillance shows the Ford Raptor pulling out onto Mountain Spring Road as Dulos leaves. Kent Mulwiney is a close friend of Dulos and a practicing attorney who lives in South Windsor. His law practice is based in Bloomfield, Connecticut. Mulwiney's name appeared on the alibi scripts written by Dulos and Troconis, and he was identified by Troconis during all 3 of her interviews as a person present in the Ford Group office on the morning of 5/24/2019 for a meeting with Dulos. Mulwiney was interviewed on 6/9/2019 and then again on 6/25/2019 by detectives to obtain his personal knowledge of the events which transpired in the Ford Group office located above the garage of Fotis Dulos' residence, and specifically any contact he may have had with Dulos, Troconis, or any other persons. Mulwiney stated that he met Michelle for the first time within the last 30 days of his meeting at 4 Jefferson Crossing, Farmington. Mulwiney was aware that Fotis had been dating Michelle prior to him meeting her for the first time. Mulwiney stated there was no scheduled meeting with Dulos on the morning of 5/24, and he acknowledged he did not see Dulos that morning. In his second interview, Mulwiney changed his account of 5/24/2019 to reflect there was a prearranged meeting with Dulos that morning. Mulwiney continued to maintain he did not see Dulos that morning. Mulwiney indicated he arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing at approximately 7:40, where he remained for approximately 40 to 50 minutes before leaving. When asked if he had contact with Dulos on 5/23/2019, the day before Jennifer's disappearance, Mulwiney claimed he couldn't remember. Dulos' phone records show an outgoing call to Mawhinney on 5/23 at 5:33 p.m. Mawhinney denied any phone contact with Dulos on 5/24. Dulos' phone records documented an outgoing call on 5/24 at 7:47 p.m. During a second interview, Mawhinney reported that he received a concussion. Something strange. It's this concussion that I have, resulting from a fall down a set of stairs on 5/25. Isn't that interesting? Wow, he had that fall on 5/25. Wow, the day after Jennifer's disappearance. Mawhinney reported he had to replace his, oh, imagine that. Oh my gosh, what is the luck of that? And that fall damaged his cell phone. Yikes, and he had to replace it for the phone screen. Yikes. Mawhinney reported he still had no memory of seeing Dulos or Troconis on 5/24. Mawhinney reported he could not remember an incoming phone call on 5/24 at 8:26 a.m. When pressed on whether he answered any calls that morning, Mawhinney responded, "Why would I direct someone to answer a phone?" Detectives had to explain to Mawhinney that was not answering the question being asked several times. In third interview, Troconis did assert that Mawhinney had directed her to answer an incoming call to Dulos' cell phone, which was lying on the desk in the four-group office. In his first interview, Mawhinney denied having any contact whatsoever with Dulos on 5/24. In his second interview, prior to any questions by detectives, oh, here we go. Okay. Let me see. Hello? Hi. Hi.
Am I here?
You are here.
Did I find you guys?
You did.
Yeah, I just literally I can't believe I did that. I had to download the Zoom, go back to the email, hit the email, like it was a lot of steps.
Well, now you know how to do it.
But
Wow.
I just want you to keep reading it because it's such a good reminder.
Oh, I know. When Janae mentioned it today, and I was there were a couple people.
Yeah, I found you.
Yeah.
What?
Somebody, we had a Zoom running, and
and
you know what you need to do? Is your YouTube off? Because you need to hear me through Zoom.
I don't know.
Because I think there's a delay.
Okay.
If you just mute your YouTube so you're hearing me through Zoom.
Okay, so get rid of that total. I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay, but you do. Okay, maybe you're good now. Maybe you can hear me like right now.
I shut it down, the YouTube.
Okay, good.
I put that down.
Okay, it's okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
All
Yeah.
I'm going to say is everything you're saying is fact. I mean, maybe we could talk more detailed about it. Like, literally, my stepfather, who's been in congestive heart failure for like multiple years, he's 80.
Oh.
He was there that day when they like wheeled him in, and my son, he was right next door because my in-laws live right next to that property. They're like fancy like that. And he saw the ambulances and everything, and being a young kid in his 20s, he followed it down, and they were like wheeling him out. Like you're not even at that part of the story yet,
Right.
but we have the video of him, and then to make him sound like a hero because he donated, and that's Norm Pattis for you though. He's
Right.
a premier attorney. He's gonna make you look like a hero, even though you're a zero.
Yeah.
I love though, and I am so appreciative that you're bringing light or awareness to Jennifer's story.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy. Like when you look at the names of her children, her last baby, I think, is just like she got, as older, and that girl was with him the entire time. and I hope she does time.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
there's a lot going on now too with the girlfriend and right now in court. They're
yeah,
having
but she's a professional skier.
yeah, yeah. She's a
She's
skier
from
and her and her
Greece,
sister also had some
like
kind of a
the
business
Dipper.
on Instagram. They had a business too. I remember her and her sister.
Yeah, and Jennifer's a Ferber, like
Yeah,
in
she
terms
is a
of
Ferber,
Dana
yes.
Ferber.
Yep. At
Yeah,
Farber,
like
yes.
Dana Ferber, which everybody knows about, like
Yeah.
the
And her parents
charity
right.
work
She
and the
comes from
Dana Ferber
money.
Institute.
Farber, yes.
Um, right. But you know, he's no loser if he had all these construction companies, this and that. But a lot of
Right.
it was like, and I can't. He knew he was guilt. I mean, he never took his life unless he was cornered. It was all proof. They had all the videos,
Yeah, because they were
like
he
you
was going to go
said,
to
down
jail that day
I
because he had
84 to Hartford. Oh,
yeah, and he didn't want to
right.
go to jail.
It
He
was
didn't want to go to prison. He
absolutely,
knew it was
and
done. Mm.
but uh, that lady, that girl's no skier. She's great. She's Greek, and she's very athletic. She's beautiful. She was younger than Jennifer. They always go for the younger one after the mom. The mother that
Right.
gives them life or whatever. And she he must have, but she a big time athlete, like a professional skier. But
Right.
she needs to do time, man. She was there.
Oh yeah, yeah,
She
I
saw
agree. I
everything.
agree. She
He's
yeah,
gone. Jennifer's gone, and
yeah,
not at peace.
right.
Everybody understands Jennifer is gone. She would be fighting for her babies no matter
Oh
what,
yeah, they know
and
the
she
amount of
was.
blood is not
And
sustainable
Lord,
with life. Yeah, the amount of blood that was found in that garage. Yeah. No, it was a brutal, brutal
is that
death.
right?
He brutally, the way he killed her was brutal. And then he tied her up with the zip
The
ties and
the theory
transported her.
I heard,
Yeah,
Carolyn, the theory I heard was that he parked the truck, down the road. He had a thing, but we had some, workers, construction,
yeah,
they parked this, SUV or whatever down the road, parked it in a park in New Canaan, which is Chester County. That's
right,
where the rich people live, not where I live.
right, right.
Farmington, though, to me, is only like 5 miles away. I mean, I would say Connecticut pretty much is just like a nice state, if you will. But it's just that area over there, the Greenwich, the Westchester County. I mean, that's where you're talking like
Oh
all the
yeah,
hedge
yeah,
funds, all the
yeah,
millionaires.
yeah,
Farmington and Avon over here to my left, if you will, are pretty much like the same.
right,
And she left that mansion that basically her father and mother financed,
right,
uh, because she was so afraid of them.
right.
Took her 5 children, went to New Canaan, bought another really, I don't know if she was
No, wasn't
renting
I
it
think that
or
was another house he
and
had, wasn't it?
purchased it.
I think
I
it was. I
don't
think it was
know.
his. I think he did.
And
I think
the
so.
theory is he pulled in. I don't think maybe he did. I really don't
I'll
know.
check
But
it
the
out. I
theory
think he
is
did because it's like
he
the
pulled
same
the truck
style with
into
the.
like at a park.
Mm-hmm.
He drove with the bicycle, went over there. He knew she had just dropped off their children,
Right.
and he zip tied her like to a chair in the garage and like talked to her and yelled at her, and then whatever he did, like you're saying, like the blood that they, like, I don't know if he's
The blood
that.
is
I
all
don't
around.
really
They think
know. I don't think he
they think he zip tied her
shot her.
after.
I think it was worse.
Yeah, they think he
You know,
zip tied her after when
after he killed her?
Yeah, because listen, the blood was all over that garage. It wasn't like in one place. It was all over as if she was moving.
Why would you zip tie somebody after you
Because
murder
he,
them,
but
though?
listen,
I thought the
wait.
theory was to zip. Okay, tell me.
Let me
I
tell you
don't
what. Let
know.
me tell you what they
Like,
think,
it's
okay?
so
Because
freaky.
the blood
Okay,
spatter,
okay, tell
and
me.
the areas of blood, like there was so much blood. The reason they think she's dead is like kind of like with Gannon, even before they found him, the amount of blood that was found is not sustainable with life. Okay, you can't lose that much blood and live, essentially. So they knew that this was bad. This was she lost her life here in this garage,
Oh,
and this garage. Wait. There's a lot of different areas, so it's consistent, like with almost like with Kelsey Barrett. But like he could have hit her with say a baseball bat, but then she could have and he went at her again, and it was like in another place, and at her again somewhere else. And there were massive amounts of blood in different areas. And then what they're thinking is that
oh
he
shit.
killed her and he used the zip ties to keep her like together. He probably used the zip ties to put her hands to her
Oh.
ankles, which would assist him also in
Oh
getting
my
her up
God.
into the vehicle. Do you know what I mean? And then he
Oh,
put her
girl,
on that
this is
weather.
way worse than I ever thought.
Right.
I
And you
thought
know,
she was zip tied on a chair, and he was like, "Say you'll love me. Say you won't divorce me. Call your mother
yeah.
because her parents have a
Because
lot
then
of
it would have
power.
most likely
You know,
been in
call
one
them and
spot.
tell
Yeah.
them."
They think he did it
I thought
after.
that he zip tied her and was questioning her,
Yeah.
and she was just like, "Fuck off."
I don't even
So
think he was questioning her. I think he just beat the crap out of her. I think he just ambushed her and beat the crap out of her and killed her. You know?
I never in my her like that and then put her together. So you know from like a lot of like people even in the Hartford area was that they did deposit, like you said, everything you said was true.
Right.
That they did deposit her clothing like every couple miles, and all the way down I-84, all the way to Hartford.
Mm-hmm.
They did do that. And then he went back to the Farmington home and he got Norm Pattis, he lured up. When the forensics started coming in with the blood and all that, and they arrested his girlfriend and this and that, he carbon monoxide himself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, and then the attorney Norm Pattis had so much bravado or whatever to say, look, my client's such a good person that he's so devastated he lost his wife, the mother of his children, that he did this, and he's an organ donor. And we're going to donate the organs. Meanwhile, they're all corrupted with the CO.
Right, yeah,
poisoning.
yeah. Yeah.
And there's really no organs you can really give. I mean, it was such a mind fuck. I know you don't like the swearing, but
Right.
it really was. It was like, are you kidding me? It was
Right.
like our feelings were going one way and the other and the other. And it's like at the end of the day, you know, Gloria, the mom, the grandmother, you know, she's raising 5 children. I mean, she has an apartment in Manhattan.
Oh, I know, yeah. And
know,
she has help, but
I don't
still,
know
these
much,
kids have
and
lost
her.
both parents, you know? They lost both parents.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It doesn't make a difference. I understand that. And her brother married like Liz Claiborne.
Yeah,
So,
there's something, yeah.
I mean-
Liz Claiborne's niece, I think. Or, uh-oh. Seasons, you're rubber banding a little bit. Uh-oh.
Does not make that
there we go.
work. It over here near the router again. 'Cause we're
Okay.
up on a hill. You know.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling the story.
Oh, absolutely. This
Been a
week
lot-
we
it's
followed
been a
this
lot of
case like
years.
crazy. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know.
I
about
know, and that's what
happened
we're
to her.
finding in the rewind. There's a lot of people that don't know these cases that we covered back then, and this case was one like we were covering as it was happening. And
Right, and it's still such a sad situation. I mean,
yeah,
at least to have her laid to rest. I mean, I don't
I know, I know. I wish they could find
even
her for the
know. Like,
family and the kids. It's just
it's
horrible.
hard to even. I don't even want to say actually did her like did they burn her? Like I don't even like she was such a beautiful woman. Like.
Yeah, we
And
read her
just get a
blog and it was,
divorce.
yeah.
Like she just wanted a divorce. You want a new girlfriend. You want to cheat. You want to do whatever. Go.
Right.
It doesn't. I don't get it. But anyways, thank you for speaking on it. Thanks for the link. I
Yeah.
love you. You all know what
Yeah. Thank
I
you.
always do. We we get through. We've been through a couple.
Yeah, no, I know. You're breaking up a little bit. You're walking around like crazy.
But we always
My,
get back together.
yeah,
Everybody.
yeah.
All right, honey. I'm sorry. I'm up on this hill.
Oh, it's
All right,
okay.
love
I
you, bye.
appreciate it.
Bye,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
calling in.
All right. All right. Thank you.
All right, you're
Take
welcome.
care.
You too.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, hon.
Bye. Okay. So that was yeah, she's her in-laws didn't live far from there. So that was it was a really sad case. So let's finish this. Let's see. So Mawini, now we're going to go to Powell Gumiani. Oh, you don't know how to get out? I can get you out. Hold
I
on.
don't know how to leave.
Oh, okay,
Kick
no
me
problem. Hold on, I can get you out.
Kick me out. I don't
yeah.
know what to do. I want to go to chat.
Okay, I
Again,
can. Yep,
like
I'll
in
get
the
you. Let
chat
me
room.
see. All right.
All right.
Okay. There we go. She's cute. Okay. So Paul Gumiani, at the time of Jennifer's disappearance, Paul Gumiani was the project manager with Ford Group, having been a full-time employee of Dulos company since 2016. Gumiani worked with Dulos daily, considered himself to be a friend of Dulos, and he routinely operated that 2001 Toyota Tacoma, which was registered to his wife, Barbara. Barbara had her own vehicle. She did not drive the Toyota truck. According to Gumiani, the vehicle had some mechanical issues, but was reliable enough for him to use to drive the approximately 9 miles to Dulos' residence in Farmington. Gumiani would regularly leave the Toyota parked at 4 Jefferson Crossing during the work week, and he would drive a Ford vehicle that he was given, okay? It was usually the Ford Raptor or the Jeep Cherokee. During the week that the Toyota was parked at 4 Jefferson Crossing, Gumiani would leave the only vehicle key at the Dulos residence. Gumiani provided multiple voluntary interviews with investigators. The third 8-hour interview took place July 12, 2019 at the Troop G barracks, during which Gumiani was accompanied by the defense attorney Lindy Urso. Following the first interview and with the permission of the attorney, Gumiani provided information to detectives on several subsequent occasions. The information provided over the course of these conversations includes the following. Okay? Gumiani explained that Dulos told him he would get in trouble if he talked to police because Gumiani only had a green card, a permanent resident card. Dulos contacted an attorney on behalf of Gumiani, who in turn referred Gumiani to the attorney Urso. Gumiani routinely drives a 4-group vehicle during his work week. He would leave that Tacoma at the 4-group office, 4 Jefferson Crossing, leave a key in the 4-group office or in the kitchen of the residence. On May 17th or on May 20th of 2019, Dulos asked Gumiani if he could move Gumieni's truck to 80 Mountain Spring Road because the truck was leaking oil. This doesn't make too much sense, right? He wants to move Gumieni's truck because it's leaking oil, but he wants to put it in another property of his, right? That he doesn't mind getting the driveway soaked with oil. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. So on 5/23/2019, Dulos told Gumieni to forego stopping at the 4 office on the following morning because Dulos was having a meeting with his divorce lawyer. Dulos told Gumieni, drive straight to New Canaan. Gumieni stated he routinely does not stop at the office unless he needed to pick up something. So he is told, do not come to 4 Jefferson on 5/23. The following morning, 5/24. So 5/23 tells him, don't come on 5/24. 5/24, the day Jennifer goes missing. Doesn't want this guy at 4 Jefferson Crossing. No, you go right to New Canaan. On the morning of 5/24, Gumieni was operating the Raptor, registered to the 4 group, and loaned to him the previous day by Dulos. The Raptor OnStar module showed that the vehicle was shifted into drive at 7:55 a.m., and that was near Gumieni's residence in Simsbury. Gumieni and Dulos' cell records show a text conversation between the men that occurred on 5/24 at 2:13 p.m., in which Dulos asked Gumieni, when are you returning to the office? And Gumieni reported he would be at 4 Jefferson Crossing at approximately 4:30 p.m. Gumieni reported when he arrived at the 4 group, he found no one there. He tried calling and texting Fotis repeatedly, but he couldn't reach him. He searched for the key to his Toyota. So, he can't find it. Where the freak is the key to my Toyota, right? Gumieni drives to 585 Deercliff Road to retrieve a board that he used as a ramp for his dirt bike. Gumieni then drives to 80 Mountain Spring Road to see if Fotis is there, and when he arrives, he sees both Draconis and Dulos in the driveway. He reported they both looked surprised to see him. Surprise! Gumieni asked Dulos what they were doing, and he reported they were cleaning. Dulos reported Draconis was cleaning windows while he was cleaning up some stuff outside. Gumieni reported he noticed Dulos and Draconis were not holding any cleaning products, and there were no products near the vehicles. A short time later, all 3 left the property, each driving a separate vehicle. Gumieni was driving the Raptor, Dulos was driving the Suburban, and Draconis is driving the Jeep. Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma remains in the driveway. He noticed the key was sticking out of the passenger door lock. Gumieni drove first to 585 Deercliff Road, then to 4 Jefferson Crossing to pick up Dulos before returning to 80 Mountain Spring Road to pick up his Toyota truck. When they arrived, Gumieni realized the sole key to his Toyota, which a few minutes before he saw protruding from the passenger door, is now gone. Dulos asked Gumieni if he wanted to take the Raptor. Hey, take the Raptor home. Don't you worry about that Toyota. But Gumieni said, hey, no, I want to put my dirt bike in the bed of the Toyota and take it home. Dulos called Draconis and told her to bring the key back, and Draconis arrives a few minutes later with the key. On 5/26/2019, Dulos speaks with Gumieni and says, hey, my estranged wife, Jennifer's missing. He went on to ask Gumieni, when are you going to be able to come back to work? The next day was Memorial Day. Gumieni told Dulos he would be back on Tuesday. When Gumieni arrives at work on Tuesday, he walks into Dulos' kitchen, hands him the key to the Toyota, because he's going to be using a 4-group vehicle. Dulos asked Gumieni where he was on Friday. which Gumieni found to be a strange question because he knew where Gumieni was. He was working at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, a job site in New Canaan that Dulos had told him to go to. Dulos told Gumieni that police has seized his phone, and he asked to see Gumieni's phone because he wants to check if Gumieni had called him during any portion of the day on Friday. As he looked through Gumieni's phone, Dulos asked Gumieni how he had gotten back to the 4 Group office on Friday. As Gumieni reviewed that Friday afternoon, he mentioned the aspect of how Dulos had called Troconis to return the Toyota key to 80 Mountain Spring Road. Dulos told Gumieni there was no reason to bring Michelle into this. There's no reason, buddy, we don't need to. Leave her out of that. Leave that part out. Gumieni took that to mean Dulos was telling him, don't tell the police about my girlfriend having possession of that Toyota key. Leave her out of it. Following the conversation, Gumieni went to his truck to get his toolbox and saw a red pail with a blue hoodie inside it. Gumieni did not recognize the pail or the sweatshirt. He assumed the items belonged to Dulos. Gumieni brought the items into the house and he left them in the laundry room. Gumieni then drove the 4 Group Jeep to 61 Sturbridge Hill in New Canaan to work for the day. On Wednesday, 5/29, Gumieni discovered his Toyota was not parked where he had left it at 4 Jefferson Crossing. When he called Dulos to inquire, "Hey man, where's my truck?" Dulos told him he was coming back with the vehicle from a car wash. "Hey dude, I brought your car to the car wash. You should be happy. I got it detailed for you, man." When he arrived back at Jefferson Crossing with the truck, Dulos began telling Gumieni he should replace the seats or sell the entire truck. "Here, dude, here's your truck. Now listen, this is my advice to you. I would replace the seats, or better yet, just sell the whole truck." Dulos offered to sell Gumieni the 4 Group Jeep, but Gumieni declined. "And when you sell that, I'll sell the Jeep to you, okay?" At some point during the week, when Gumieni got into the Tacoma, he realized that the vehicle had not just been washed, but had been detailed as well. At some point during that week, Dulos called Gumieni to tell him that the media was outside his house. He told Gumieni to come get the Toyota and to park it inside the garage or take that truck home. On 5/30/2019, Dulos told Gumieni he should go to a junkyard to buy replacement seats for the Toyota and pay cash for them. Dulos told him he'll reimburse him whatever the cost is, in cash. Dulos also told Gumieni that during future phone calls, he was to avoid using the words seats, and he should instead refer to the seats as hardware. Okay, this is not strange at all, right? No, not at all. Nope. Hey, listen, I think you should go to the junkyard. I think you should try to find a you-pull-it lot or something. Find a Toyota like yours, 2001, shouldn't be hard. Get some seats. You pay cash for them. Tell me what it is, I'll give you the cash back. Okay? Replace those seats, and from this point forward, never refer to the seats as seats again. Just refer to them as hardware. That's what we're going to do, all right? All right. On May 31st, at Dulos' urging, Gumieni went to a junkyard. Spent 2 hours looking for seats to replace those currently in his Toyota. After his search was unsuccessful, Gumieni receives a phone call from Dulos, who was inquiring on his progress on the hardware. "Hey, how's the search for the hardware going?" Gumieni responds that he's working on it. "I'm working on it, dude, okay? I'm one person." When Gumieni returns to the office, Dulos is angry he failed to find replacement seats, and he described Dulos as being firm in his viewpoint that the seats needed to be replaced. So he comes back, how'd you make out? I couldn't find any. What do you mean? You couldn't find any? Come on. These have to be replaced. That's it. Stop it now. Go replace these seats. When Gumieni asked Dulos why he wanted him to change the seats, Dulos told Gumieni not to worry about it, that nothing happened, and repeated he should not worry about it. What are you so freaked out? Why do I got to change the seats? Hey, listen, nothing happened. You understand? Nothing. And just stop worrying about why you have to replace the seats. Just cut it out. Just replace the seats. Gumieni pressed Dulos on why he cleaned the Tacoma and why he was insisting on the seats being changed. It's like, buddy, come on. Why did you detail my entire truck? Why did you wash it? And what the heck are you so concerned about me changing my front seats of this old truck? Like, what's going on? This truck is almost 20 years old. What the heck are you so worried about this for? So Dulos then tells Gumieni the reason lies in the fact that when he went to Jennifer's house on Mother's Day, he had given Jennifer a hug, adding he also held Jennifer's cat during the visit. Dulos claimed he was worried that one of Jennifer's hairs could be found in the Tacoma, and Dulos told Gumieni to change the Tacoma seats and get rid of the old ones so that no one would ever find them. Listen, dude, it's easy. It's not really, you're thinking like really crazy stuff. Here's what happened. I went to my estranged wife's home. I gave her a hug on Mother's Day, okay? And then I was petting her cat. And I'm just afraid that, I don't know, one of Jennifer's hairs or some of her cat hairs got in your seats. And I just think, you know what? You should either sell your truck or you should freaking just get the seats changed like I asked you. Yes, I remember this so distinctly because this was such a strange thing, Seasons. This was so crazy. So no one ever finds them, okay, buddy? Can you do me this favor now? Please. Get rid of this truck. I'll let you buy that other Jeep. The only alternative Gumieni could think of was to use the seats from Dulos' wrecked Porsche, which he removed on 5/31/2019. After removing the Tacoma seats and substituting the Porsche seats, he remained suspicious about Dulos for the reasons he claimed that he was having the seats removed. So instead of getting rid of the seats, Gumieni says, I'm going to put these seats in my garage in case the police ever want them. On June 6, 2019, WDMCS personnel were executing a search and seizure warrant at Gumieni's residence involving the seizure of the Tacoma. Without any prompting, Gumieni advised Sergeant Al Bison that the seats had been changed subsequent to Jennifer's 5/24/2019 disappearance. Gumieni offered the seats installed in the Tacoma at the time of the crime scene, who seized them using written consent to search from signed. Okay, so he came right out. Hey, you know what? He told me to change the seats. The seats have been changed. The old seats are in my garage. Take it all. During the July 12th interview, Gumieni was shown on a surveillance picture of the Toyota Tacoma, which he immediately identified without hesitation as his truck. Gumieni displayed what appeared to be genuine surprise upon learning that his Toyota was caught on surveillance in New Canaan on 5/24/2019. In identifying his own vehicle, Gumieni pointed out specific aspects of the vehicle, including a unique plow mount, which he had handmade. Gumieni voluntarily provided his cell phone for a search and seizure warrant, A forensic examination of the phone showed certain items had been deleted. When asked about the deletions, Gumieni vehemently denied deleting any material. In reviewing the deleted material, it is notable that on 5/28/2019, Dulos had physical possession of Gumieni's unlocked phone in order to check his call history. The deleted items included web history, entire web history from beginning of phone, earliest date 8/28/17, deleted up to 5/27/2019. The next intact entry dated 5/30/2019. Searched items, searches from April 2nd of 2019 to May 27th of 2019 deleted. Searches prior to April 2nd, 2019 sporadically deleted. Searches on May 30th, 2019 moving forward not deleted. A call log 5/25/2019 to 5/26/2019 at 7:39 p.m. deleted. The next entry at 7:53 not deleted. Lauren Almeida. Detectives interviewed Lauren Almeida, the longtime child care employee hired by Jennifer in May of 2013 as a full-time nanny, working with the 5 Dulos children, working closely with Jennifer until the day of her disappearance. On Tuesday, May 21st, 2019, Ms. Alameda worked at Jennifer's home, located at 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan, cleaning up the 3rd South garage bay by stacking the children's equipment on shelves. On Wednesday, May 22nd, Ms. Alameda was at the Wells Lane home preparing for a supervised visit for which scheduled to start at 4:30 p.m. 30 minutes prior to Fotis Dulos' scheduled arrival, Jennifer ran down the stairs saying that Dulos had already arrived. By the time Jennifer contacted Dulos, he had driven all the way up the driveway and was near the garage bays. He claimed he was confused about the time of the visit, despite the routine time of 4:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. being well established and confirmed by Dulos well in advance. Dulos was also aware he was not to enter the property prior to the arrival of Dennis Puebla, the third-party observer, or Puebla's designee. The plan for the 5/22 visitation was for Dulos to take the children to Grace Farms in New Canaan for a picnic. Dulos suddenly realized that Grace Farms closed at 6 p.m. that date and gained Jennifer's permission to return to the house to picnic with the children outside the house in the rear yard. Jennifer's agreement was partially attributable to the fact that Sidney Streeter, a third-party observer and designee of Puebla, would be at the home and would be monitoring Dulos at all times. Jennifer and Miss Almeida took steps to ensure that Dulos did not enter the residence, as Jennifer was strictly opposed to Dulos ever entering the home. They placed the food out on the rear patio table, and they locked the rear bedroom door to prevent Dulos from entering the kitchen. On 5/23/2019, Jennifer discussed the possibility of Ms. Alameda staying overnight at 69 Wells Lane, as Jennifer had an early doctor's appointment in the city the next morning. Jennifer ultimately decided she would stay in New Canaan, bring the children to school as usual, and then leave for her appointment. She told Miss Almeida it would not be necessary for her to stay at Wells Lane that night because she was planning on taking the Range Rover to the city because it was smaller and easier to park than the Suburban. Okay, so get this. The night before she disappeared, she thought, well, maybe she'll go into the city early and have Ms. Almeida stay with the kids, bring them to school, yada, yada, yada. Then decides, you know what? No problem. I'll drop the kids at school. I'll take the Range Rover to the city. It'll be easier to park because she had a doctor's appointment. On May 24th, Ms. Alameda arrived at 69 Wells Lane at 11:30 a.m. As usual, she opened the center bay garage door via the keypad and immediately noticed, hey, wait a minute. What's the Range Rover doing here? I thought she was taking that to the city. She notices it's still parked in the garage while the Suburban's gone. She said she was going to take the Suburban. That's weird. Oh, guess she made him, changed her mind. Upon entering the kitchen, she notices that Jennifer's handbag was on the floor in the doorway between the mudroom and the kitchen. And she found that Jennifer's unopened granola bar and mug of tea was on the kitchen counter. As she washed Jennifer's mug, Ms. Almeida noticed the paper towel roll near the sink needed to be replaced. So she went to the pantry for a new roll and found, wait a minute, only two rolls here? She found that incredibly strange because just the night before, she had placed a brand new pack of 12 rolls in the pantry. Almeida wrote, I sat there and I wondered what had happened last night that they used 10 rolls of paper towels. What could have happened? They used 10 rolls of paper towel. After picking up 4 of the children, as the 5th went directly to a friend's home, Ms. Almeida returned to Wells Lane, fed the children lunch in the kitchen. At 12:43 p.m., Ms. Almeida sent a text to Jennifer, which went unanswered. As she and the children prepared to leave the home, Ms. Almeida noticed the rear mudroom door, which led outside, was unlocked. This door was routinely locked unless the children were playing in the backyard. After locking the door, Ms. Almeida sent another text message to Jennifer at 1:10 p.m. that she should be arriving in New York City with the children at 2:30 p.m. The message also went unanswered. Upon arrival at the apartment of Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, Ms. Almeida sent another text to Jennifer announcing their arrival, which gleaned no response. At 4 p.m., a call to Jennifer's cell phone went straight to voicemail. Ms. Almeida wrote, immediately my stomach sank, and I had a feeling that something was wrong. In almost 7 years that I have worked for Jennifer, I never, ever had a hard time reaching her and never had an issue with her phone being off. After discovering Jennifer never showed for the children's orthodontist appointment at 4:40 p.m., Ms. Almeida's reaction was, my first thought was that Fotis did something. After pondering other scenarios, Miss Almeida arrived back at the feeling that something happened and that Fotis was most likely involved. At this point, Ms. Almeida contacted Gloria Farber and checked with other close friends and relatives of Jennifer, none of whom had heard from her. After returning to Gloria's apartment, Ms. Almeida and Jennifer's close friend, Laurel Watts, contacted the New Canaan Police Department to report Jennifer is missing, telling the New Canaan Police Department that a mother of 5 was missing and that she was going through a divorce with a man that had threatened her in the past and owns a gun. After confirming with the New Canaan Police Department that they had spoken with Fotis and it was all right to accept his incoming calls, Ms. Almeida called Dulos at 8:41 p.m. Ms. Almeida explained that during the call, Fotis never asked me how Jennifer was doing the day previously or when I had last heard from her or showed any concern about the fact that Jennifer was missing. Fotis did ask how the kids were doing and asked if I had all the kids at Gloria's apartment. He went on to remind Miss Almeida that he had a visitation with the kids at 11 a.m. Saturday morning and that I must bring them to this visit. He told me that I needed to make sure I woke up early enough to leave New York City so that I am not late. After agreeing to Dulos's request, Dulos told her that the kids really needed him right now, that this visitation still needed to happen. On 5/25/2019, Dulos' first text to Ms. Almeida arrived at 5:39 a.m. Good morning, Lauren. Any news? Miss Almeida replied, there was no news. Throughout the day, Dulos called Miss Almeida's and texted her asking about the children, asking if there was any news, and attempts to verify Ms. Almeida was bringing the children for the visitation. On 5/26/2019, Dulos continued to text Miss Almeida about the status of the children and whether they were all together in New York. At noon, Dulos showed up unannounced at Gloria Farber's Manhattan apartment and demanded entry. The doorman had already been instructed to prevent Dulos from entering the building due to an ongoing family court issue and the fact that Dulos was unwelcome at Gloria Farber's residence. New York City police responded to the scene and were told by Dulos that his children had been abducted and that he was demanding to see them. New York police officers spoke with the New Canaan police and confirmed that Dulos was prohibited by a court order from visiting with his children unsupervised. Dulos was told to leave the property and ultimately complied. Jennifer's friend, Carrie Luft, filed a domestic violence report regarding the incident with the NYPD. On 5/27/2019 at 5:31 p.m., Dulos texted Miss Almeida to check on the children. Following her reply that the children were fine, Dulos texted, "Thanks for your response. Please send me updates every 3 hours. I do not want to feel that I am pestering you, but please understand that I am the father and I am extremely concerned with the situation." Dulos did not ask anything about Jennifer, and Ms. Almeida provided him with no response. During this investigation, Ms. Almeida was shown photographs of the South Garage Bay taken during WDMCS's crime van processing. As she was familiar with the arrangement of items, having set many of them in place herself, Ms. Almeida was asked if she noticed any changes. She reported that 2 white camping pillows were missing from the shelves. These camping pillows are never touched and were used only twice by the kids during a school trip. She had noticed that the pillows within the past 2 months, while searching for an old towel to use for an activity with the children. In another photograph, Ms. Almeida noticed a cleaning supply bucket that was missing from the shelving. The bucket had been either red or white, and it contained cleaning supplies used by the housekeeper. Sounds like the one that was found at Fotis' house, huh? Ms. Almeida had placed the bucket on the shelf on 5/21/2019 as she cleaned the garage for Jennifer. Detectives conducted interviews with many of Dulos' known associates and friends, including Dana Hinman, a longtime friend of Dulos who was present at a barbecue at the water ski pond in Avon, Connecticut. When Dulos and Troconis arrived at the pond, the property owner, Hutch Haynes, is also a friend of Dulos, mentioned that it might not be appropriate for Dulos and Troconis to be at the barbecue, considering Jennifer had just been reported missing. Haynes suggested that Dulos and Troconis return to their home. Dulos, however, remained at the pond. Hillman raised the question to Dulos, "Where is Jennifer?" Dulos' response was to talk about $15,000 in medical bills which Jennifer had accrued. At one point, Hinman remarked the Dulos about breaking news which was coming over his cell phone that detectives were in Hartford finding trash bags possibly related to the case in the city garbage receptacles along Albany Avenue. Hinman wrote, "Fotis watched the news story and eventually looked up at Michelle and sort of locked eyes with her for a second. Dulos then walked away from the group and began making calls on his cell phone." Hinman's assumption was that Dulos was talking to his attorney. Sidney Streeter was a third-party observer who works with Dennis Puebla to monitor Dulos during the supervised visits with his children. Ms. Streeter was the observer present on 5/22/2019 at 69 Wells Lane when Dulos brought his children home from Grace Farms and picnicked with them in the rear yard of Jennifer's home. Ms. Streeter told police that Dulos never entered Jennifer's residence during the visit. Information has been provided pursuant to a court-ordered sharing agreement with our law enforcement partners pertaining to the apparent financial standing of Fotis Dulos and his business accounts, a portion of which is summarized below. It is noteworthy that Dulos is currently involved in an ongoing civil suit brought against him by Gloria Farber, the mother of Jennifer Farber Dulos, in which $2.5 million is in dispute. The suit was started in 2018, and Dulos was aware of the potential financial exposure at the time of Jennifer's disappearance. So her parents were suing him for $2.5 million, okay? Dulos' lending portfolio currently consists of several loan accounts. Multiple lines of credit have a current balance due as of 5/31/2019. It's just a little amount of $4,499,847.85. That's just a tiny little amount. There are also numerous mortgages held against his construction properties. Of note is a savings bank of Danbury line of credit opened by Dulos under the name of his company, Four Group, in March of 2018. The line of credit has a maximum draw of $2.7 million, which was extended in May of 2019, and the balance on that is approximately $2.6 million. It appears beginning approximately April 1st, 2018 through May 31st of 2019 that Dulos began funding the Four Group business checking account held at People's United Bank with advances from the DSB line of credit totaling approximately $1.6 million. Also, during this time period, the Four Group business account was funded by additional lines of credit advances to include People's United Bank loan totaling approximately $530,000. Yeah. In April of 2019, at a time when the DSB account was nearing its maximum limit, Dulos received a wire in for $149,500 from Snap Advanced Cash Advance, a merchant cash advance company based in Utah. Also, during the above referenced time, Dulos received 3 insurance checks from Chubb Insurance Company totaling $193,610.64. All 3 checks were made payable to Fotis and Jennifer Dulos. Bank records indicated all 3 checks were deposited into a joint checking held at People's United Bank and that Jennifer did not sign the back of the 3 checks. Following each deposit, the funds were immediately withdrawn by means of either a withdrawal slip or a check made payable to Fotis Dulos. All of the above funds were transferred to Dulos' personal account, some of which were then transferred to the Four Group business account. No indication was found that any portion of the above proceeds designated by Chubb Insurance Company to Jennifer and Fotis Dulos was transferred to Jennifer. The above advances make up approximately 71% of the overall deposits going into the Four Group Inc. account for the period of April 1st, 2018 through May 31st, 2019, totaling approximately $3.5 million. The Four Group business checking account held at People's United Bank for the period referenced above had a beginning balance of approximately $277,000, to which an additional $3.5 million was deposited, allowing approximately $3.7 million in withdrawals. Out of the $3.7 in withdrawals, $1.8 million consisted of checks payable to Fotis Dulos. It appears as the above referenced period progressed, Dulos' debt increased significantly. At the same time, his ability to support his business through line advances diminished, causing him to seek other means of funding his business, such as through the SNAP advance wire in April 2019. Also in March, April, and May of 2019, Dulos was not making the interest payments on the loan with People's United Bank, and the bank was advancing the remaining minor balance to make the payments due. As of 5/31/2019, Dulos' debt exposure totaled approximately $7 million, consisting of approximately $4.5 million in balances due on lines of credit, in addition to possibly $2.5 million due in a civil lawsuit. It appears that Dulos was failing to make even minimal interest due payments on multiple loans. Okay. Each of the 5 Dulos children had a trust fund established by Gloria Farber and her late husband, Hillard Farber. The total amount of these trusts was more than $2 million. In the event of Jennifer's disappearance and in the subsequent event that Dulos gained custody of his children, Dulos would have expected some level of access to his children's trust funds via an intermediary for such expenditures as room and board, education, and others. Dulos can reasonably be expected to have been aware of these facts. Indications that Jennifer Dulos is not alive. The following indications have been determined that Jennifer Dulos is no longer alive. Finances. Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, has been power of attorney for her daughter's finances since June 19th of 2019. Jennifer's last known financial activity was a check written by Jennifer on 5/23/2019. The last known activity on Jennifer Dulos' checking account was 5/23/2019, and there has been no subsequent activity on any of her known accounts since that date. Detectives have checked with Jennifer's cellular carrier, Verizon Wireless, who has reported no activity on her cell phone since 5/24/2019. Detectives have remained in regular contact with Jennifer's family and close friends, none of whom have seen or heard from her since 5/24/2019. No information has come to light from area medical centers that Jennifer received any in-person treatment subsequent to 5/24/2019. There has been no account holder initiated billing or filing activity with her insurance carriers subsequent to 5/24/2019. Law enforcement agencies throughout Connecticut and the surrounding states have been contacted. Law enforcement databases have been accessed and checked. Numerous physical searches have been conducted in the New Canaan and Farmington areas, and several media outlets have broadcast news stories outlining this case. To date, the whereabouts of Jennifer Dulos is unknown. Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. On 8/15/2019, Affiant Kimball met with Dr. James R. Gill, Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut. Dr. Gill was presented with a summary of facts thus far, including the forensic laboratory results indicating the presence of blood in multiple locations at Jennifer Dulos' residence crime scene, the presence of her DNA associated with those blood stains, the evidence of efforts to clean the scene, and the nature of the blood spatter analysis. And Dr. Gill was also advised of facts associated with items of evidence recovered in Hartford, which were forensically linked back to Jennifer Dulos. Dr. Gill was also provided with photographs of the crime scene and evidence seized in Hartford to assist in his assessment. Following his consideration of the above facts and circumstances, Dr. Gill indicated that based upon the facts of the investigation, the degree of blood loss, as well as other factors, he was prepared to state that Jennifer Dulos had sustained an injury or multiple injuries, which he would consider non-survivable without medical intervention. Dr. Gill categorized the event as a homicide of violence to likely include some combination of traumatic, blunt force injuries such as a bludgeoning, a beating, and or sharp force injury such as a stabbing or a slashing. That a zip tie is a type of fastener typically constructed out of plastic with a flexible ribbed section which is inserted into a receptacle in the head of the tie. Once a portion of the ribbed section is drawn through the receptacle, it cannot be withdrawn. Zip ties vary in size, and they can be used to secure bundles of objects such as wiring, in surgical applications to compress tissue, in the prevention of hemorrhages, and in law enforcement as flex cuffs to secure suspects' wrists or ankles together to prevent movement. The zip ties recovered in this case appeared to be made of thick white colored plastic. They were approximately 36 inches in length. 4 zip ties in total were recovered. Two of the zip ties appeared stained with a blood-like substance. Given the context of this case and the totality of the circumstances in which they were recovered, it appears the zip ties were used to secure and incapacitate Jennifer Dulos for some time period during which her blood and DNA transferred onto the ties. As there is little reason to incapacitate a deceased person, it is reasonable that Jennifer was alive at the time the zip ties were attached to restrain her movements and to prevent her escape. Now, see, they say both things, and oh my gosh, are we still? Oh, we are still here. So seasons, you know, they could have been on her to prevent her escape, but they have also said that they thought they put them on, and that said earlier in here, afterwards. So if he got, so I think maybe he could have hit her and then did this, because why there's so many areas of blood loss. That's the thing. If she was in one area, like tied to a chair with the zip ties, and he was just saying, I got you now, what are you going to do, you know, it seems that the blood would be in one location. It seems like this was a frenzied thing. I don't know. I just think, because then you've got to take into consideration that her purse was inside, her teacup was inside, and her uneaten granola bar, right? So is it that she drove the Suburban into the garage, closed the garage door, got out, went into the kitchen, she's getting ready to go to the doctor appointment, and aha, he comes out. You know, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. And it could be like 2 of the zip, I don't know. Man, I don't know. Could be both ways, but why, if he had her restrained in one area, then you think he would have, minimized the blood. I don't know. Okay, so now charges. So they have the charges. A person is guilty of murder with the intent to cause the death of another person. So if he commits they have him, he did the home invasion, the burglary, the kidnapping, blah, blah, blah. That's why he's got that. And then he's got kidnapping in the first degree. A person is guilty of kidnapping in the first degree when he abducts another person and he restrains that person with the intent to inflict physical harm on them. And then he's got the felony murder. So based upon the facts and circumstances, Affiant John Kimball asserts that there is probable cause to believe that Fotis Dulos did on Friday, May 24th, 2019, in the town of New Canaan, Connecticut, commit the following crimes on the person of Jennifer Farber Dulos, which resulted in her death. That your affiant requests a review of this affidavit by the court and an issuance of the felony arrest for Fotis Dulos and the above charges, should there be a finding of probable cause, that the affidavit has not been presented to any other court. Okay, so there you have that part of it, right? Right. Either way, why cheat away? That was right. Why kill her? Exactly. But you know what? He was in dire financial. Where's my? Where am I? Hey, where'd my Zoom go? Oh, I shut my Zoom down when I removed you. Okay, here I am. But he was in dire financial straits, right? He had a girlfriend. He had all these houses. He was so overextended. What was he going to do? So what was the motive? To get the kids back. Thought he'd get custody of the kids. I don't know. Thought he'd get their trust funds. Will you take out any insurance on her? Did she have a big policy that would go to the kid? You know, I don't know what this guy was thinking. Was he just pissed at her and thought that she caused all this? Let's see what he had, what he sought to gain from her death, right? Let's see what that would be. Okay. The other thing is, she wasn't dead. I mean, they never found her body. So it wouldn't have been something immediate because they would, you know what I'm saying? So if he wanted her just to look missing, and let's just say he just thought he got away with murder and cleaned up, then she would appear missing. So what was he? But I want to show you. Let me get his suicide note, okay? Crazy. All right. Okay, so he says all. If you are reading this, and this is January 28th, 2020. All. If you are reading this, I am no more. I refuse to spend even an hour more in jail for something I had nothing to do with. Enough is enough. If it takes my head to end this, so be it. I want it to be known that Michelle Troconis had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance, and neither did Kent Mawhinney. I ask the state to let them free of any such accusations. I'm trying to see what that word, I ask the state to stop harassing my friends, Andreas and Ann Curry. That's the woman that was around the day he died. He killed himself. Not the day he killed himself, the day he tried to kill himself. They are honorable people. Please let my children know that I love them. I wouldn't do anything. His handwriting. I would do anything to be with them, but unfortunately, we all have our limits. The state will not rest until I rot in jail. My attorney can explain what happened with the bags on Albany Avenue. Everything else is a story fabricated by the law. But fabricated by the law enforcement. I want to thank all my family and friends that stood by me through difficult time. Above all, Anna Curry, I am sorry for letting you down and not continuing the fight. Anna Curry. All right? Anna Curry. Now let's find out a little bit about Anna Curry, who she is, okay? Okay, so now Anna Curry posted some bail for the late Fotis Dulos. She was described as his best friend, and she's seeking the return of nearly $150,000 that she shelled out for his bail before his death. She's a North Carolina resident who was also described in reports as Fotis Dulos' new girlfriend. And she fronted the money and has filed a lawsuit against a bond company to have it returned because Dulos is no longer alive. The bond company's insurance provider countered that even though Fotis Dulos is dead, he did not show up for a court hearing on the day he attempted to take his life. Therefore, the company is keeping the money. The insurance company is seeking to have Anna Curry's lawsuit dismissed. Fotis Dulos was facing charges of kidnapping and murder in the connection with the disappearance and the presumed death of his estranged wife, Jennifer Farber Dulos. Okay, so let's see here. There's a lot more, okay. There is so much out here because there's so many search warrants out, okay? More than 460 pages of search warrants. And in those, there's damning descriptions of abuse towards Jennifer by Fotis. The nanny, Lauren Almeida. And she would be a key witness in the eventual trial, but Fotis made sure there was not that, right? In another incident, Almeida witnessed Fotis chasing his estranged wife through their Farmington house and Jennifer running into a bedroom and slamming the door so Fotis could not get in. Let's see, there was one incident which she described to police where Fotis Dulos tried to run over Jennifer with a vehicle. They were in the midst of a contentious 2-year-long divorce fight and child custody battle at the time of her disappearance, and most of the incidents described by the children's nanny occurred within that 2-year time period. See here. Investigators in the arrest warrant point to Fotis Dulos' finances as a possible motive, alleging that his debt exposure was $7 million around the time of Jennifer's disappearance. Now, despite the murder charge, Norm Pattis said at the time, "We are encouraged by a preliminary review of the warrant because it shows a shocking lack of confidence in the charges." Now, that he's talking about the warrant that we just read, okay, guys? Adding that state prosecutors are now trying to build a case on a financial crime. These charges came as a relief to us because we now have something to shoot at. Pattis, who spoke at a press conference Tuesday evening in front of his New Haven office, took issue with how his client was treated, compared to how Draconis was, stressing that Fotis was not permitted to turn himself in as she was. "We are shocked by the treatment of Mr. Dulos," Pattis said. He added that he and his partners were forced to wait more than 3 hours for access to their client, while Bowman, the attorney for Draconis, was allowed to see his client immediately. At a press conference, Connecticut State Police troopers, First Class Christine Jaltima, provided few details because she said authorities are still subject to a court gag order. On January 7, 2020, Western District, in conjunction with Central District major crimes detectives, were able to get enough evidence to effect the arrest of 3 individuals. Jaltima said, listing the names for the charges as Dulos, Draconis, and Mulwiney. "We would like to recognize all the federal and local law enforcement agencies that helped us with this case. Please understand the investigation is still ongoing." State police released the 35-page arrest warrant, that's what we just read, shedding significant new details why they concluded that Jennifer Dulos is dead. According to the warrant, state police presented evidence to Connecticut Chief Medical Examiner James Gill, who determined that Jennifer Dulos sustained injuries that wouldn't have been survivable without medical intervention. Trauma to Jennifer Dulos, who went missing May 24th, 2019, likely was a combination of blunt force trauma and sharp force injuries from a stabbing or slashing. Okay, let's see. The warrant details some of Fotis Dulos' financial woes, including a portfolio of $4.49 million in lines of credit, along with several mortgages related to his construction properties, and his debt exposure by May 31st, 2019 was $7 million, including a $2.5 million civil suit against him by Gloria Farber, Jennifer Dulos' mother. It appears that Dulos was failing to make even minimal interest payments due on multiple loans. Okay. Now it says, no one, he got those Chubb insurance. Remember, he did receive that money. Okay. From that none of it went to her. Now we've got to talk about, there's also much to talk about Mulwiney and what happened to Mulwiney's wife, and about the Windsor Road and Gun Club and that grave, remember that? A member of this, there's the Windsor, here, let me show you. Okay. see if it's. Is this just, let me just see something. Okay. I want to just go into Mawini's, hang on, arrest warrant and tell you about this. Here we go. This is important, okay? So let me pull this over here. And this is from Mawini's arrest warrant, right? Let me make this larger. Okay, so you see 25 Windsor Rod and Gun Club. On August 7th, 2019, Appy and Kimball spoke with Jay Lawler. He's a member of the Windsor Rod and Gun Club located on East Street, adjacent to Russell Street, in the town of East Granby, Connecticut. Lawler wanted to provide your applicant with information he felt might pertain to this investigation. Let me just go here. Sorry, this is much better. There we go. Kent Mulwiney, anyway, is a close personal friend of Dulos. He's a practicing attorney who lives in South Windsor. His name was in those alibi scripts written by Dulos and Triconis. Hold on, it's his Rod and Gun Club stuff. Must have went past it too much, too fast. His bail was set at $2 million. Oh, here we go. Okay. So he spoke with Jay Lawler on 5/18. Now this is days before Jennifer would disappear. Lawler and his friend Lee McKay were hunting on Windsor Road in Gun Club for his birthday. Lawler explained that the club sits on approximately 25 acres of wooded land in East Granby. The entry to the club is secured by fencing and a logging chain, and only the current 5 members are supposed to have access to the property. As Lawler and McKay were walking through the woods one day in the merry, merry month of May, look at it, it's May 18th, I was taken by surprise by an area of disturbed ground, and when they looked closer, they uncovered 2 barbecue grill grates, which had been placed over a hole dug into the ground. Small branches and leaves had been placed on the grill grates to hide the pit beneath. The hole dimensions were approximately 2 feet wide, 6 feet long, 3 feet deep. Lawler stated he is just under 6 foot tall, and that he would have laid down in the hole. Lawler described the hole as 100% 100% a human grave. Inside the hole, Lawler found a blue tarp and 2 unopened bags of lime. McKay had remarked, "What's the lime for?" Lawler had answered, for trying to rid of a body. To this, McKay responded, "Well, that means someone has to be missing." But the 2 men were unaware of any missing persons. The 2 men removed the grill grates and kicked around debris, so the feature was obvious, so no one would fall into it. Considering the site to be spoiled, the 2 men went on their way. Lawler continued to think about who had dug the hole and for what purpose. He then learned that around 5/22/2019, Lee had been on the club property and had checked the hole. He discovered it was half filled with water due to heavy rain, and that the bags of lime had been removed. Again, Lawler considered this curious, but as no one was yet missing, he shrugged it off. In early June, they went out to the property and found the hole had been filled and covered, as neat as a pin, with leaves and sticks to the point that you could not tell a hole had ever been there. Towards the end of June, Lawler was talking with a friend who was a police officer in Agawam, Massachusetts. When he heard about the hole, he told Lawler he needed to report that to the police. On or about June 21st, Lawler went to the East Granbury resident trooper office and spoke with Trooper Chris Russell and Officer Stephen Orlowski. After telling them what he knew, Trooper Russell and Orlowski went with Lawler to the site of the hole to excavate. After only digging down about 1.5 feet, efforts were halted due to the hot weather conditions and nothing of note being found. On August 2nd, Lawler was installing an outbuilding on the property when one of the other club members remarked, "Hey, did you hear about Kent Mawhinney? He's involved in the Dulos case." It was at this point that Lawler came to several realizations. Mawhinney was an associate of Dulos, whose wife had gone missing on May 24th. Mawhinney was responsible for the club's existence. He found the land and helped to secure it, and he established the club 12 to 15 years earlier. Although he had left the club approximately 5 to 6 years earlier, Mawhinney had reached out to another club member in March or April of 2019, and he said he wanted to get back into the club and had inquired how to get back onto the property. The member told Mawhinney about the hidden key to the logging chain. Mawhinney had taken that information and had never followed up renewing his club membership. Lawler then went back to East Granbury resident trooper officer and spoke to Trooper Chris Russell, who passed along the information to Sergeant Ken Ventresca and Urapiant. On August 14th, the WDMCS Troop G office members of the New Canaan Police Department and Connecticut Police K-9 search and rescue teams responded to the Windsor Rod and Gun Club. Under the authority of a written consent to search signed by J. Lawler, detectives searched the property for signs of the hole. At GPS coordinates, teams found a site of disturbed earth measuring approximately 2.5 feet wide, 6 feet long, and 3.5 feet deep. Surface debris, leaves, twigs, fabric from a nearby hunting blind was found well underground. The K-9 team searched the hole and surrounding property, but they could locate no signs of human remains. No signs of the tarp or the bags of lime were located. The hole was photographed and then filled back in. Detectives obtained a search warrant for the call detail records of Mawhinney's cell phone. for the date range of February 1st, 2019 to September 13th, 2019. A review of the records revealed the following. That on March 29th, 2019, from 1:09 p.m. to 1:43 p.m., a Winnie's cell phone polled the tower in East Granby, which appears to service the site of the Windsor Rod and Gun Club. So he was there on March 29th for some odd minutes, right? Mawini's cell phone pulled the cell tower, which appears to service Dulos' residence, on May 23rd for 2 minutes, 5:21 p.m. to 5:23 p.m. These times coincide with the time at which Dulos left his dinner party guests on the night before Jennifer's disappearance to drive to the Stop and Shop in Simsbury because he needed more meat to cook. Gotta go out and get more meat, guys. Prior to his device traveling to the area of the Stop and Shop, Dulos' device traveled to the area of 80 Mountain Spring Road. Residential surveillance confirmed that Dulos drove onto the property at 80 Mountain Spring Road, and he remained there for approximately 7 minutes. On 5/24/2019, from 7:29 a.m. to 8:22 a.m., it's consistent with Mawini being present at group office on the morning of the crime, as confirmed by Triconis. On May 31st, 11:04 p.m., Mawini's cell phone pulled the tower at East Granby, which appears to service the site of the Windsor Rod and Gun Club. So let me get you a little bit of information about what happened to Mawini's wife, okay? Let's listen. Let's hear about that because that's kind of crazy. Okay. Let me just make sure everybody's still following. You guys are all good? Okay, good. Hi, Jeanette. How are you? Okay. Just 1 second. I'm just... Susan wants to call in again? Okay. Hang on. I'll give you a number. I have to give you a new number because I accidentally... she has a better connection? Okay. I will give you a new number. Hold on. I have a new number because I had to start a new one, remember? Okay. Okay, let me get you the new number. You're good? Okay. Let's see. So I've got to go and send it to you. All right, I'm just going to reply to this again. I'm going to send you the new number. All you do is you don't have to do anything different. Just click on the new link there. Okay, there you go. You got that now? And what did I do with my... Okay. All right, let's see what I want to show you now. We're waiting for you. So Kent Mawini, I just want to get this story about his wife. It's just... Okay. So, oh boy. A husband, father, attorney, coach, and lifelong South Windsor resident, Kent Mawhinney is well known around town. The people who know Mawhinney best aren't talking publicly, but off camera, conversations, warrants, incident reports, and affidavits paint a picture of a man whose public and private lives are very different. Boy, are they. It's scary. Bad things in the world are getting closer to home, said Maxine Panette, whose home is next door to Kent Mawhinney. In the middle of a messy divorce with his own wife, he moved into his South Windsor condo just 4 months before Jennifer Dulos disappeared. It was owned by a very nice family beforehand. I knew the grandchildren. I knew the owner and his wife. He just moved out because his wife passed away and it was too big. Mawhinney has deep roots in South Windsor hockey community, having founded the Youth Hockey Association. A man told us off camera that he grew up with Mawhinney, who he described as a good kid, and was shocked to hear his connection to the Dulos case. Mawhinney established the Windsor Rod and Gun Club in East Granby. It's on that sprawling, densely 25-acre property where witnesses describe a human grave without a body. Oh, here's Seasons. Hi. Oh, you're connecting still.
You hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
All right. Hi.
Hi.
Buddy. Is it better?
Yeah, it's much better.
If getting like crazy like before, just dump me.
Okay, yeah, I think it was just because it didn't get really bad until the end.
I was upstairs then. Now I'm downstairs and the router's right there. But if it starts getting like that, just dump me, girl. Like seriously, because that's embarrassing. I went back.
It's okay. I mean, it just only got bad at the end a little bit.
I know you're such a professional. Like you even knew what I was trying to say, even though it was like, duh, 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 duh. Like,
yeah, it's all right. It happens.
Oh my God, you do.
We're good in rubber. We get a lot of people that speak to us in rubber band, and we're like,
wait, am I echoing now?
No, it's not that you're.
No, are we good?
I don't think you're echoing. Let me see. I'll put you over there. But yeah, no, you're okay.
Okay, good.
Just sit down right there and don't pace. And
so what I didn't. I'm gonna sit right here. I'm in the basement, and they brought. You know, I had this router from Comcast, and it was like this big. It looked like the brains of a computer.
Yeah,
it was like speed up. I thought it was a good thing, but it's not.
Okay, you're breaking up a little. You're breaking up a little bit now. Are you?
Whenever I try,
are you on 5G? Do you have 5? What is your phone?
Does
your phone say 5G or what does it say?
I have 2G and I have 5. We have everything, but we're on this. Look, I'm on a hill. And it's been on FearNet. It's called Witches Rock Road.
See, now it's good. Now it's good.
It's creepy.
Yeah,
over here.
Now it's good.
I'm right near it, but I can't see you anymore, chat or anything.
Oh,
and I have my jams on.
Yeah, it's okay. That's all right.
Don't be mad at me. It's late.
No
you
worries.
You guys say it late. You guys burn the midnight oil.
I know. We do.
That's okay. I like it. And all I want to say, and then you're going to have to kick me, because I really don't know how to leave.
Okay.
You know that. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you much better, Yep.
Okay, it's right here.
Okay.
I don't even know how to flip. Scared to do something, because if I hit something, I might lose you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just going to, this is just me at the end of the night.
It's fine.
The nanny, I didn't realize that she was looking for Jennifer.
Oh,
and she knew, what was it, Miss
Almeida.
That you just read.
Almeida.
That whole thing about how the nanny.
Yeah, Almeida. Miss
and
Almeida.
how she had like what?
She knew that there were
Anita,
10.
and
She
had,
knew
like,
there were 10 rolls of paper
rolls
towels
of paper
missing.
towels.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right.
10
And
rolls
then she
missing.
looked, and there was like one.
Yeah. Right. She had 2 rolls left out of a
That's
12-roll
crazy.
pack.
I didn't
Yep.
know about that.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. And she was thinking, how do they use 10
Right.
rolls of
So
paper
he
towels? Like, what the
obviously
freak
used
happened? You know?
that.
Yeah.
Whatever. They were just like, they didn't really pay much, because I'm sure those paper towels could have been found if it was just like
Right. I wonder if they were in those bags that they
whatever.
found. I don't know if they were in the bags they found over the dumps things. I don't know. Yeah.
And they literally drove from Greenwich all the way to Hereford. And they thought they were slick, so every like couple miles or whatever, they'd go off the exit, and they drove. Like, her bra was found.
Mm-hmm.
There was other, items like you said, or underwear, and they had blood on.
They had that
And they
big
had
weather.
some
Do you remember? You know that
big
weather tamer.
that was them too.
Yeah, but you know what else was there was that weather tamer cargo mat from her Suburban. Now weather tamer mats.
What is that, honey?
Okay,
I don't
they're-
even know what that is.
Okay, I have them in my car. They are special because, like, if you live in an area where there's like snow and mud, they contain that in there. Like, they contain the liquid. It doesn't go through. It doesn't go through to your floor carpeting or your cargo.
That's rich people shit.
No, well, I keep my vehicles for a long time. Like my last van, I had for 14 years.
Like,
so but
I don't really know
But
what
no, I don't know. I have them in mine, and they're great.
I know you do.
They're great because look at this. I had my car for 14 years. So anyway, now I got a new one, and I have them in there because it keeps it clean. But anyway, it also will contain liquid. Not that I'm going to kill somebody or something. I'm not going to do that. But I don't do that. But he put her on the cargo mat, and then of course. He probably hadn't interpreted anything, but any of the blood was found. He grabbed that whole mat out of there, and he stood it up outside.
No, wicked. Like with our babies. I had one in 97 and I had one in 2010.
Yeah.
You want the diapers.
You had a baby. You had a baby.
Fotis did?
Yeah.
Okay, look. My stepfather. Well, I had one in 97, son. And my husband has one. He had in 89, I think. So Joshua's like almost 33 or something, and my son is 25. And then we got married. We had so much in common. We had these young boys, young whatever. And then we got married. We were like, we're straight. Our boys are, older, on the older end. It's going to be all about us. But we're not really selfish people. We're Italians,
Yeah.
It's all about the family. We get married 1 month. No, it was actually figured out tonight. It was 3 months into our marriage. I got pregnant and we had our daughter, who definitely runs the roost of the whole
So
thing.
you have a daughter. Wait, your daughter's 12, 13?
So Isabella's
12.
13.
12. 13? How old's your daughter?
Well, she'll be 13.
Oh, I didn't know you had a daughter that young. Oh, so
she'll be she's 12 now.
Mhm.
Her birthday is 12/5. This are like my daughter is my brother's.
Oh, okay. So yeah, she's
And is the lady. I mean, there's, it's sad. I talk about it's like he had all the girls, right? I had one boy, and he's popping out daughters left and right, but they're my girls. They're like but I wanted my own girl. And
right.
Sal did too. And so we have our, but she's a pain in the ass, really.
Yeah.
But when we look at this, I'm really grateful, and I think I will spread it around, like just people to watch your, because there's a lot of things I did not know.
Yeah.
I didn't know Nanny got nervous and was like looking for, trying to figure out. It was my understanding, and I understand, like, cut me off, like, in terms of, like, we thought she was zip tied in the garage.
Yeah, she could
And,
be.
like,
I mean, we
yeah,
don't know that. I mean,
and
that's like
something.
I don't know. You know, it could be both. It could be I don't know. We don't know for certain. I mean, but he used the zip
Right, we
ties.
don't.
You know, I don't know.
But
It's
like
horrible.
what you
You know
said,
that whatever happened in that garage was brutal. It was horrible.
I know. No
Horrible.
matter what way is right, it was bad. It
Yeah.
was so. And the thing is like he was definitely a cheater, like, and if you want to, because that lady, the girlfriend there, she's younger, she's like a professional skier, whatever.
Hmm.
Just get like Jennifer wanted just a divorce.
Yeah.
What do you have to kill her for?
Right. No, none of them
Right.
do. And you know
And
what?
there's
You know what's?
evidence that the girlfriend was involved in the
Yeah. Oh my
disposing
gosh.
of the evidence too. Like,
Mm.
so, like, in other words,
Yeah, she's totally involved. I don't. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And she's like fine throwing out bloody things with her boyfriend, like it's some big. Oh wow, he killed his wife for me. Like
Sal was married before we got married. Like, in a lot of the homeless population, they'll go through like bags or whatever,
right.
and they see a fancy car pull up. They were going through and they found bloody
Blood.
bras and
Yeah.
bloody
Yeah.
underwears and evidence, and they even got freaked out and called the 5-0s, like the cops, like, I was just looking for like,
Right.
maybe I don't know what they look for,
Right.
maybe
Like
some
maybe they have
socks
some
or
good clothes in here they're throwing away,
or-
and then you find all stuff from a murder. Great.
Right.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah.
Right.
The homeless people
All
are
right,
even
let
freaked
me
out by
tell
it,
you
and I
about
don't want
the
this.
day
Go on,
that
please.
Fotis,
Yeah.
right, babe? Let me tell you, and I have the video, okay? Let me tell you about food. I know you haven't even read to that point, but it's clear.
Right.
Do you want me to tell you, or tell you, or when you finish it, do you want me to, like, maybe tomorrow call and tell you the story
Yeah.
about how we saw the whole thing go down? The video is on private right now because I didn't want to get sued.
Right.
Too, because it's bad.
Yeah.
Like, took his life. I don't think he really thought he was gonna die because he's such a narcissist.
Yeah, yeah, no. See, I agree that he's such a narcissist, and they don't usually kill themselves.
And the
But
kids.
I think he
Right.
thought
I don't
there
think
was
he
no
thought
way
it
he
was
was going to
gonna
get out of jail, and he
go
couldn't take it, and he just did it. He's a coward. He didn't want to go to jail. He was a coward. He knew he was that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Right, and I also think he didn't think he would succeed in that attempt. And what he was trying to do was garner sympathy. Like that. I'm so sad she's gone, and for my children, whatever. And he, cold because.
Well, he took a plea for Michelle and Mawinnie not to be charged.
Size and tiny. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah. Yeah.
well, that bitch has to go to jail, mommy.
Yeah.
That lady.
I agree.
She's
I
gotta
agree.
go to
She
jail.
knew
I would
100%.
be like, all these psychos, like heels on the ground, boots on the ground, whatever.
Yeah.
I literally will go. I'm not going to be like them and yelling at people's houses.
You don't need a
or,
bullhorn.
like, trashy. I would never be I would never be like these people. But I definitely would go and sit on the victim's side, like Jennifer's side.
Yeah.
You know how the court is when somebody's in trouble. You got one side and one.
Right.
I'll definitely go and start giving like some fucking eye language, like like what the fuck? Like she just walk away. She
Yeah.
was there. It's on the cameras that were throughout the city in Hartford.
Right.
That she
Yeah.
was sitting in the
It's really
bathroom.
bad. I don't know how she's gonna. I don't know how. You know what I thought they were gonna do? I thought they were gonna do a plea deal.
Money.
A plea
Money.
deal.
People have crazy money.
What? But I thought they were gonna do a plea deal with her to get Jennifer's body. You
Oh
know,
my
like
God, me
say,
too.
like, okay, we'll do something if you tell us where she's buried, because she has to know where Jennifer's body is. She either knows or
Oh,
that
now he's
Mawhinney dude
gone.
knows. You know, and I think I'd rather them do a plea deal with
Well,
Mawhinney.
basically, Farmington is like 5 minutes. I could bring you guys up there, and I have the like Farmington's like 5 minutes away, and that's where UConn is. And what happened was my son was at his, my in-laws' house right there, and he heard all these ambulances. So he's got my blood in him. So he followed. He's like, "Holy shit, mom! It's fucking Fotis." They blocked the street off. You couldn't go there. What? And so we followed it down. And I was up in another wing because my stepfather is in congestive heart failure. He's been in it for multiple years
Right.
now.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
hear that.
slow killer.
Yeah. Sorry to hear
It doesn't happen at once. It's like they build up a fluid, they take the fluid away, then it's just a nightmare. When you got the pacemaker and whatever, I don't even want to get into it. Let's just stay focused on what happened here. So, my son sends me a video, and they're wheeling Fotis, and he's blue as can be, and they're like, "We think we could save him." They start paddling him, which is so traumatic to see.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Mom, look." I go, "I don't want to see this out, Nate. I don't want to see it."
Mm-hmm.
And then they roll him out. We're there now. All of a sudden, because he has money, because if that was just us, like me,
Mm-hmm.
in Connecticut, they would just let me go.
Yeah.
But because this guy has money,
Right.
they load down a Lifestar helicopter. We have the whole thing, and then
Put him in an iron lung.
they're pumping.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was in an iron lung for a couple of days, right? Then died anyway.
Into a
No. Uh-oh. You're breaking.
I don't know what the fuck, but they're like going like this, and he's gone. I mean, as far as I can tell. I mean, I'm not a doctor, and it's a long distance. We're looking out a window.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they're pumping him, and it's like, fuck, I don't want him to die because I want him to tell us
Yeah.
what he did with Jennifer.
You know,
Right?
we just
You know what I mean?
seasons. Every time you want to say the F word, just say F. Just say F. Don't say the whole word. Just say F. F it. Just say F it, or I don't want to hear it. I don't want to talk about that F.
I didn't even know it was in it.
Okay.
Okay, I got you. Okay, no problem. Yep, I'll do it. Okay, so
Pretend you're at the PTA meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You're classy. I mean, I try to be, but I mean, talk about it, and not even be like passionate and like mad about it. Because anyhow, they took them and they brought them to Mount Sinai, I think, in the middle of Manhattan, and then Norm Paris, his attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knew he was gone. Even the nurses were saying like, he's like, we don't know. And what they did to be everybody knew he killed Jennifer, or he paid somebody to kill Jennifer.
Oh, I think
okay?
he did
Maybe
it.
he didn't
No, he
physically
did it.
kill Jennifer.
He did it. I think he
I
did.
believe you. Me too, but some people think that because he's so wealthy, that he
Yeah, but
paid.
I think he was such a narcissist. He was the only one that could do it right.
Right.
Yeah.
And the
And he
thing
didn't
is,
trust it. He
like,
didn't want to trust somebody with that. Mawini, see, I have to get into it probably tomorrow, but there was something between Mawini and him because Mawini was going through a horrible divorce too. And I think
who's winning?
that
The attorney.
that attorney.
He got disbarred.
Yes, but
He
what I
actually
think,
got disbarred too.
yeah, but
you're right.
listen,
I forgot about him.
this is why he trusted Mawini,
forgot about
because he was going to have Mawini's wife killed. Okay, I was going to get into that.
Right before, yes,
Yes, and then they were
going
going to take that secret to their grave, right? They each did each other a favor and each had the wife killed. He doesn't have to worry about Mawini ratting him out. But he
Yeah,
couldn't.
but maybe they're so rich they hire people to do it.
Yeah, but
That's what I'm saying,
Mawini's
like, not
wife
like
wasn't
the
killed,
primary,
and that
but-
was the problem because she wasn't killed because she called 911, and then he tried to get her to the house again. Fotis did, and she wasn't going to go. And now the whole plan, he doesn't have Mawini. He doesn't have that. That he's not going to rat him out. So that was another problem.
It's actually way worse than I ever thought. Like, I knew, like, when I saw you were talking about it, I'm like, I want to talk to you about it, too, because it's been such a horrible case, like, in our area and stuff. But the more you bring, like, you've actually analyzed, because I have to be real with you. After, we've not accepted, but we kind of, that Jennifer is gone.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know where she is.
No.
And that would be, and I know her family is, very wealthy. So we know they would put and they're planning actually to do something for Jennifer.
Yeah.
Like a big, like stone or whatever, but it's just terrible that she hasn't been laid to rest or whatever.
Right, and that they just don't have that closure, even though they know, but to find her body is
It
something.
sucks. Either it all
Yeah.
sucks. Like, why couldn't you just cheat and be an asshole? You're a dime a dozen. I mean, cheaters or whatever. Just why you gotta kill her? Plus,
Right.
she gave you
And they don't get away
5
with it. They see one case after another. They don't get away with
He
it.
knew
So
he was busted, and like you said, he's such a narcissist. He knew he was fucked up. So
effed up.
effed up.
Yeah.
So he knew he was busted. So he just, I don't think he believed that attempt he was going to do would succeed, but it did.
Right.
It
Right.
did.
I don't know. I think he was just.
You think he really wanted to kill himself?
I think he knew at that point he's effed. And
Right.
he doesn't want to go to jail. He doesn't want to be in that jail because he was a pretty boy, little guy. He didn't want to go to that jail. He was probably traumatized by the night that he did spend in there, okay?
Right.
And he was just like, no way am I going to be in there because at that time, Mawini was, stuck in there. And he wasn't going to have that. So it was
Who is
just,
winning again?
Mawini is the attorney.
Winning.
Mawini's that
What?
attorney, that attorney that tried to have his wife killed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And was he in there at the same time Fotis was in there?
Yeah, they all three got arrested, but
I remember
Michelle
that.
and Fotis
They
made
were
bail, but
separated
Mawini couldn't make his bail, so Mawini was in there. So
He's
yeah.
such a great attorney. But at the end of the day, I don't know if he was able to pay for, Norm Pattis or whatever. But
No, he doesn't have a
he
Norm
came forward
Pattis.
and he's a legend. He
Yeah.
is a legend.
Yeah.
And he even, I understand professionalism or whatever. You gotta do what you gotta do. But he was like, even at the end, my client, now the client's dead, right?
Right.
He died. And he's like, my client did not kill his wife, and
He's an organ
he's such
donor.
a good person that he donated all his organs. And we're like,
Yeah.
wow, you're like making him out to be a hero. When all his organs are like,
I doubt he would even have any organs, maybe besides his skin. I don't know. That
the
would.
CO2. I mean, when it's that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
I'll have to check into that. I'll see if any of his organs were donated. I'll check into
Well,
that.
it's on there. I mean, maybe the eyes.
Let me see.
I mean, if somebody has CO2 poisoning to the lethal level, can they? I mean, when it all their work, I mean, it has to
Let me
stop
see.
something.
Pattis, okay,
I mean,
Pattis said
what would
during a
die?
news conference that it was a difficult day for the family filled with medical tests and decisions. One of those decisions was to donate Dulos' organs so that he will live on in some form
I know,
and the
wasn't that
assistance
so-
that he can provide to others in their own individual struggles.
I know,
Oh.
babe.
Crazy.
Okay, just stop right
You're breaking up now. You're breaking up now.
that he's
I'm trying to see if
other people's lives, so we know. Okay, because I'm upstairs.
Oh,
I
okay.
gotta go downstairs again.
All right.
All right?
Yeah.
Can you read it to me again?
Yeah, I will. I'm trying to see if they.
Can you read it to me again?
Yes, here, I'm going to read you something else. Here's some more information. Let me see. It says here
That's
that.
what these assholes do.
Let me see. It says. Okay. The lead attorney for Fotis Dulos said, we promise. Let me see what he says here. Okay. Dulos' organs were donated. Burial plans have yet to be finalized, but the body may be moved to his home country of Greece to avoid any potential desecration of his remains, Pattis said Friday. Pattis said the luxury home builder's relatives want his name cleared of the charges, and his legal team filed a motion in Connecticut court to substitute an estate for Fotis Dulos for the defendant, which would serve as a means to continue the trial. Not only did Pattis say Friday he was confident his legal team could secure an acquittal, he vowed that, should the motion fail in the lower courts, he would appeal all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in his quest to clear his late client's name. Pattis expressed
because they have
concern
money, so he's
that
gonna
anger
plead
and
for
bitterness over Fotis' death would mean the court where he filed the initial motion may not even give the chance for a case to be heard. Wow. As for the possible note left in
But the
Fotis
words
Dulos'
that
vehicle,
are-
Pattis said he had been told by reliable sources that there was a note on the seat of the car saying he was innocent. He said he felt uncomfortable speaking further about what he heard about the note because he had not seen it. That's the note I read before. But he also said he filed a motion Thursday that the purported note and any other evidence found at the home be preserved as evidence. Okay, so let's see here.
Fair enough.
But I want
Can
to
you hear me better? Am I better now?
Yeah,
Is that by the router now, back in the basement?
right.
Upstairs, it sucks.
Yeah.
Or like outside, but my girl. Like, I try to go live outside, but the girl, it don't work.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what he's saying is that no matter what, he's just gonna drag this down.
Well, he wanted to continue a trial with a dead man as his client.
Client is now
Yeah.
deceased
Hmm.
to bill more hours.
Right, and I'm sure he wasn't
Yeah,
at
Bill
all.
Morales.
He was just he was
Well, he
just
didn't-
concerned with clearing this man's name. I'm sure he didn't want any money for this.
Oh,
Yeah,
are you
right.
kidding me?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
joking?
Yes.
No. He was
I'm
dragging-
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Okay,
saying,
I
yeah.
can't see you. I only see me now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if you slide the thing, but I'm.
I'm gonna
Well, I'm kidding because I'm like, if he
But I
said
guess-
I'll do it pro bono, and then I'll say okay, maybe, but he's not doing it pro bono. He's very upset the trial
Right.
didn't continue. Like
Right.
he's probably pissed this
Eh,
guy
eh,
killed
eh,
himself because this was going to be another big case for him, you know, for notoriety and money, and how could he do this?
Right.
So I'm going to continue
Look,
and
Norman
try
has
this
a lot
dead
of
man.
Respect, but he lost a lot of respect in this venture when he goes like something like he did, like, well, I'm sorry, I'm not able to prove my client innocent. Blood everywhere.
Yeah.
Forensic evidence. Like, you were gonna lose, dude.
Yeah, he's like,
The
well, we're so happy
best
we saw that
was-
affidavit. There's no evidence in there. No evidence at all.
That was from the cops, right?
Yeah.
I
That was
don't-
ridiculous.
I-
He had tons of evidence, DNA evidence, blood
Look,
evidence,
I only knew enough, and I already knew
surveillance. He was done.
Right. See, a lot of things you read tonight, I didn't like. I read some, stuff and everything, not just word of mouth, but I knew that. And then why that was her home and her family's home in Farmington. Then she went to New Canaan, which is in West. That's a
Yeah.
fancy with all of her children.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden you hear the story about this truck that was leased or
Oh,
owned
that was
by
crazy. By the 2001 Tacoma, and he's telling the guy,
That was
change the seats, get the
parked
seats.
in a park.
Oh, that.
And
Oh,
then
her.
they-
Yes, hers. Yes,
they
in
riding a bike.
Waveney Park. Yeah. Yeah.
Riding a bicycle.
Oh, yeah. That other. Yeah. He had the Tacoma. Drove the bicycle.
It
Yep.
was parked like in this random park. Yeah,
Yeah.
he rode the bicycle, and what we understood, which you proved that is, I don't know if it's better or worse. The whole thing is terrible.
Yeah.
What what we understand over here is that he, and he had a couple buddies or workers or whatever, but they brought the SUV over there. He got in the bicycle. He drove over to her you've got to talk. This is 50, 60 miles away.
Yeah.
Farmington to New Canaan.
Yeah.
You're talking like across the state of Connecticut. Which isn't that big, but we're connected to Massachusetts, Rhode Island, whatever. But to New York would be like 25 minutes, but to that part of New York,
Right.
Westchester, you're talking 50. She brought her children there for a reason. This is what we understood. He parked with the SUV in a park, got on a bike, drove over there, and then we thought that, which may be incorrect based on what you said tonight, was that he tied her up.
Yeah. We don't know that part. All we know is that there was blood all over that garage. Enough that he used 10 rolls of the paper towels. There was
Right,
bath
'cause the
towels.
housekeeper,
There was
like you
bath
said
towels. There
tonight.
was camping pillows soaked with blood. Her clothes.
Camping pillows, I missed that piece.
Yeah, that's this house. The nanny said there were 2 camping pillows that the kids took on school trips. They were like travel pillows, and they
Right.
were soaked with blood. And that's what
that's
the homeless person that went through something said. He saw these pillows soaked with blood. So imagine he's just soaking up blood with anything he could find.
In your opinion, I just want to ask you your opinion.
Yeah.
Because he was so cocky and arrogant and,
Right.
He's attractive, but Jennifer was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And the mother of his 5. I think that no matter what, she would have said, we can make this work or whatever. But I think he was starting to increasingly get more violent, and she was going to have that. And that's why she moved away. But she
Right.
really
We haven't
didn't
even
like
gotten to
real
that. There's one
divorce.
where his mother's in the car, and I remember a little bit of it. And it's something about them running, trying to run each other. He tried to run them down with the car or something, and his mother was
that,
involved. I remember
and
that.
Jennifer was just like toy show. Like, that's your dad.
Yeah.
Like, my husband's 100% like Sicilian. They run a little hot blooded.
Uh-huh.
They do crazy stuff. Like, he doesn't try to run me off the road or anything, but I'll be like, Heather, what the fuck? Or, whatever. He keeps me on, point. Like, even, well, he doesn't care what I'm doing right now. He knows I'm just with girls, but I'm just saying, like, they do run a little hot blooded, and Greeks, Greek people do as well. But why couldn't he? He was the cheater.
Right.
He was everything. And she gave life to 5 of his kids.
Right.
So my question to you is, knowing all that, and even though he would deny, why would, I have to wear glasses now, because I'm almost 50.
I
And
know.
your eyes change,
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting old. I'm getting
I know.
older now.
It's all right. It's all right.
So,
At least we're getting
don't
older.
judge me. And I'm even on cam with the PJs.
Yeah, it's okay. I have my glasses on my head. It's good.
But why would he kill her? What would be and then himself, like,
Well,
I would think he's such a playboy, right? He's such a playboy. Guys, the older they can get anybody they want. They can get younger girls, whatever. Us women, we get to a point, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, she's the mother of 5 kids. Her family is so fucking wealthy. It's effing wealthy.
Effing.
F-word.
PTA
wealthy.
meeting.
Like, and
Now you're breaking up again.
I just play
But
nice.
I don't know why they do it. Truthfully, I don't know why they do it because but I don't know why they do it. I want to make a public service announcement that you're not going to get away with it. So why even do it?
Like even Chris Watts.
Oh yeah. But no, wait. See, here's what I want to do. Here's what I've said I wanted to do for a long time. Listen, I want to. Yeah, but listen, I want to make a public service announcement, right? And it's going to say, it's going to have really nice music, and it's going to say, oh, you want your life to be different. You want to get rid of your wife and move on. But you know what? Before you go plan her murder, let me show you men who thought just like you. And then you start with all the men that tried to kill their wives, right? You put, you can start, just keep going back, right? But then take Chris Watts, but go into the new, go Patrick Frazee, here's Patrick Frazee, and then put his mother of his child that he killed. Yeah. She died, she was killed on this day, and he is in life he's in prison for the rest of his life on this day. Then Chris Watts, and then he's in prison, and just have the slamming doors, and then go through about 20, 30 cases, and then say, do you still want to kill your wife? Get a divorce. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't understand it. Either, like, break up. Get a divorce.
Get a divorce, yeah. You're not going to get away with it. Listen to me. You're not going to get away with any murder today. The cell phones, the cameras, you're not going to get away with it. Ever. So just forget murder. I think we've got to forget murder. I don't know how people can't understand this. Murder's off the table. Okay? It's off the table. Even the woman that tried to kill people with mushrooms.
When we break...
I don't know.
I didn't even think about it. I couldn't even think about, like... I couldn't even think, like, I just didn't even think blood or, like, any of you getting hurt, like, or anybody getting hurt. Animals, like, when there was a moth in the house and I was chasing it around. I caught it and put it outside, and my daughter's like, look at to Sal, like, look at mom, she's crazy. I'm like, it's God's creature. It didn't even want to be in here. It
Right.
needs to go outside. Like, I mean, if it dies in here, it does. But if I can change that and just throw it outside, I will. I mean, it takes 1 minute.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna. I find no enjoy, and I can't imagine killing a fucking human being.
Effing.
You're training me. I'm getting better.
Yeah.
In my
Okay.
real life, in my real job, I can't use any swear words
Right.
or do anything to be like really on point and like, I don't know, articulate, and I can't say nothing. So I guess when I hang out with you guys, you're like my friends.
Right.
So I like say things, but I shouldn't. I need to also protect.
Just
the
remember, I
channel.
think you're at the PTA meeting.
I don't
No.
like the PTA people.
No?
Like, okay, mommy, listen to this. For my son's entire, like, he was born in 97, okay? So he's 25. Nathan is. I put him through St. Matthew, private Catholic schools and St. Paul's, which was $25,000 a year.
Wow.
That was crazy. So I told Isabella, my other one, they're 13 years apart. Nate was 13 when Belle was born. But now she's going to be 13.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, time goes by so fast. So
Oh, I
in
know.
December, she'll be 13. Right, and Nate's 25. And he
Right,
lives in Farmington, up on the hill where the fancy people live.
Fancy people.
Like the Dulos.
Hey guys, we are giving.
So I got kind of fed up with St. Matthew's because I'm paying $600 a month plus her uniforms and whatever, and I feel like they're just passing Isabella. I see that Bella has some issues. First of all, for 1 year for Corona or the vid, okay, this, I don't know, can I say that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, whatever. There was no schooling, and the teachers there are old school, so they didn't really know anything about
Zoom
I don't
and
know,
stuff. Yeah, yeah.
right. So that was their whole third grade. With third grade is a crucial year.
Yeah.
To like like the math, the reading, whatever. And they're like, "No, she's doing good. She's doing good." And I'm like, "I don't think she's doing good." Because she says like some really stupid things that don't even make sense. And read a thought, like she doesn't. Like, I'm like, Sal, she is not. We gotta pull her out. He's like, no, I'm not pulling her out. I'm not pulling her out. I'm like, all right, then you pay for it. So we go for another year. Is it like there's only 15 now in the entire class.
Oh, really?
The sixth
Wow.
grade. Now she's seventh. Only 15. Everybody's pulled out, right? So now now it's like 700 a month. It's like going up and up and up. And even if she's failing in an area, they just keep passing her, right? I'm like, I don't believe she does not, like, she should not be passing. She can't even read a fucking clock, Sal. Effing clock.
Yeah.
Sorry. So Isabella's like, Mommy, I gotta go. Like, we gotta go. So anyways, there's this beautiful school they just built. It's got atriums. It's got science rooms, whatever. So I brought her.
Well,
And,
you should have a good school system.
Isabella's in her second-
Even in your public
They
school
asked me
system
if-
where you live should be good, shouldn't it? Is your See, our public schools where we are very, very good.
I went to private schools.
Uh-oh, you're breaking up again.
Well, she's where she needs to be. The principal, I've known her since I was in like a kindergarten. I didn't even know she was the principal there. we both have masters in education. I'm like, I'm moving her, and she's like, why? And I'm like, because she needs diversity. She
Mm-hmm.
needs culture.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she's like they're telling me she's doing great. She's in seventh nap, and if she needs a there's no. So anyways, I moved her, and she's doing really good, and she feels confident to actually ask teachers questions. Like there was only one teacher there, so
Mm-hmm.
Isabel and she thought the teacher hated her, even though I kept reassuring her she doesn't hate you, she doesn't hate you, but she feels confident now to ask the teacher can you help me understand this math or
Right.
this vocabulary word.
Yeah, that's
I
good. That's good.
I
That
mean,
sounds like a better
people
move.
pay
Yeah.
top freaking dollar for this shit.
This stuff. Yeah.
And,
Um.
S.
Yes. Stuff. Yeah. It sounds good.
Uh,
It sounds good. I hope that she does better. Yeah.
and,
The school year just started.
uh, she
I don't.
wouldn't. They weren't. They weren't assisting her in any way. Boy, I'm trying. I'm used to being on other channels or on my channel, and we
Yeah.
just go. But I
Yeah.
know I'm trying though.
Okay.
You know I don't disrespect you.
Right. No, no. Some people are just in a, yeah, set in a certain way.
I am trying.
Okay, that's
Okay,
good.
I'm trying.
All right. But no, I mean, my kids are, it's still in school, the little
I
younger ones,
am
and we
trying.
run ragged. We just went to
It's
a
hard.
track meet, a
You
cross
know, you
country,
have your
and
little,
they
you
have
have your little.
academics but it keeps them going, and they're constantly
Your
going. Like my kids now,
children, and then
they
you
can
have
be
your
bust
little
out to
boys,
a cross country meet
just
and
like
don't get home
you.
until 10 o'clock at night, and then it's like what?
You know, two
And
little
then
boys.
it's
They
crazy.
look exactly the same. Like they literally look exactly the same. They look just like you. Like in
Yeah,
little boy form. Like
yeah.
boy twins form. Like but at some time and I'm going to just like you. Like you got the older adult
Yeah, the older and
children.
the younger. Yeah,
Like I have me.
yeah.
And then I got her. And it's like I'm like sometimes I'm like, I'm too old for this. And then
Oh,
she tells me all the time, like, Mom, like the clothes I wear, like I'll buy something new and I think it looks really good.
yeah.
And she's like, ew, like why can't you be like the other mothers with the ripped jeans and the Nike the Jordans? I'm like,
The J's, the
because I
J's.
can't.
Yeah,
Like I can't. Like it's not in my like. All right, I'll do a little ripped jeans and like a plain white shirt and like some ballet like flat. But I
right.
don't see me wearing like Jordans. And, I don't know.
Yeah,
They keep you young though in a way because they tell you that you're a nerd and stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But I mean, yeah, they keep
I
you,
mean,
yeah.
but you, how old are your? They've got to be like in fourth,
Yeah, no,
fifth grade now, don't
mine are
they?
14 and
Aren't they?
6, mine are 14 and 16, the youngest ones. But, they're,
Oh my god!
I know, right? I know.
I still thought they were babies.
No,
Oh,
no,
they're your babies.
they're my
They'll
babies,
always
yeah.
be your
But
babies.
they're young.
Yeah.
They're a very young. Well, like especially Luke is a very young 14. Like I hear some 14-year-olds. They have girlfriends. They're going around here. That's not like Luke, not at all. He's a very
Right.
young 14. He's very young, and even Ethan. Like they like to
But
go fishing. This fishing is everything during the summer. Then they do the sports. Now that school started, they're all in either some sport. Both of my boys run cross country now. Then they'll play basketball. Then they run track, and that's like their entire lives with the academics and with their friends. They have really, really good friends, and we all take care of each other's kids. They like rotate, and they're more like extra brothers and extra sons. So
oh,
yeah. And, I mean, you just do what you do, but you're always running somewhere. You're always running somewhere. It's
they
like,
don't put people for this crap. It's like
They
see,
keep them
I-
very, very busy.
I use the C word, which is acceptable. Crap.
Yeah, crap is
Uh,
acceptable. And then Ethan even works at the
All right, I'm
works
doing
at the
better.
supermarket
Doing
sometimes,
better.
like one
I'm
day, 2
catching
days a week.
up.
Mm-hmm. Not
It's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of worry in today's world and everything. I can't
yeah.
believe the boys are 14 and 16, but Isabel, my baby, is going to be 13 in
13,
December.
yeah,
I mean, the years
time
just gone by.
time keeps going
And
by.
Nathan is I have two.
Yeah,
Nathan, he's 25. He was
yeah,
born in 97. And Isabel will be 13 in December.
right. Is your son
And
married? Is your son married?
no, he actually just took the test to become like an attorney.
Uh-huh.
And he has an apartment in Farmington, because I told you,
Yeah.
his whole family, the other side is from
Right.
the fancy people over there. So he has an apartment over there. He has his bachelor's. He got I forget what the score was for the LSAT that he
The
got,
LSATs?
but yeah, it was like 50 points below, like getting into UConn, and UConn is basically all we can afford.
Mm-hmm.
We can't afford like Quinnipiac or where a lot of the other people
Right.
have like a lot of money. I mean,
Right.
I'm sure we could do it.
Right.
He would be tied with like student loans for like ever. So what he's trying to do is take it again and already done the test.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, he can take it again, yeah.
And it is for this year. Or even if they change the questions.
Right.
He can do it again. He wants to lock it in. That's gonna
Oh, I do think it's young, Mom of Quads. I do think it's young. I don't have any married children. And I do think it's young, 25, to be married. I just asked her because there are some people that 25 and they're married and they have kids and this and that. But most of the young people these days are not getting married and they're not in any rush to have kids at all.
What did I do? Am I in trouble?
No. Mom of Quads was saying, how come I asked you if your son is 25 and married? She said 25 is too young to be married. And I said, today, like, it is. Like, my son is not, my older son is 30. He's not married. He's engaged, but he's not married.
Okay.
And, I think...
Mommy, I actually did see a picture of him at one point. I don't know how. Because I don't look for nobody's nothing. I don't care.
Right.
When I'm such a free bird.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'll talk to anything, whatever.
Right.
And when I want to say something, I'll say something. But I don't go on and on and on forever.
Right.
I did see a picture of your other son. I don't know his name.
Right.
Sorry. And his girlfriend, and he's beautiful.
Oh yeah, they're both.
She is too.
They're both very beautiful.
They're gonna
yeah.
make knockout children.
Yeah.
Watch their children be like dorky looking. To be honest with you, watch their children be like dorky looking, and they're not gonna be able to handle it because they're so beautiful.
Oh, stop.
But as they grow up, it turns into like, the most beautiful ever. You know how the kids go through the dorky phases?
Yeah, the gawky.
Like,
they used to call it the gawky
they
stage. They called it, they're going through the gawky stage.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, look at both of them. They're gorgeous. It's going to be a knockout. It's going to be like Miss New York or Mr. New York or whatever.
I don't know. They care about being a good person.
They're going to have to go through the phase of the dorky looking. They are. You have to go through it.
Yeah, everybody
Even
does.
With the girls, with the glasses, with the teeth, like.
Right. And everybody's got to grow into their body. Yeah, they all go through that. You're right.
My 25-year-old is a ginger.
Oh, is he? My
Can you
daughter
believe
my
that?
daughter dated a couple of gingers, but yeah, but I find like the kids today, the older kids today, they're not like rushing to get married. You have the ones that are into their career and their education are not rushing to get married. They're not rushing to have kids, and some of them don't even want to have kids.
I know why.
I don't know. Well, I say, am I going to
Your
be?
blood pumping through another being. Like
It's
when
like,
you
you know what? They're more interested in travel and
hear,
experiences. And my daughter, every month, my daughter's like, "Oh, I'm going to Scotland. Oh, I'm going to where the heck, Iceland. I'm going here. I'm going there. I'm going here. I'm going there." She plans his travel out. I go to her, "Gosh, what if you get married?" Or she goes like this.
wait, but
Gosh, she
she
goes.
has a boyfriend for sure.
Yeah, but she's
Because
like
she's
not
like
serious.
really
Like she's
beautiful.
just like
Strong.
she is more serious about her career, her travel, all the things that she does, and it's just like I'm like, what? Okay, that's the way it is, and
I
you
almost
can't.
wonder if they're kind of responsible for that, to be real with you, because our folks were like married, like to death do you part,
Hmm.
and one didn't go to any party or any event or whatever without each other. And then, like, when my mom had me or whatever, it was like, it's okay. She used to say, put a quarter in your bra just in case you got to call me. Because that
Oh
was
yeah.
before
Okay.
phones and stuff. You know
Right.
what I mean? And,
Yeah.
and that was the beginning of, like, the independence. I mean, that's a small example, but it's just like, the independence. So then when we had daughters and nieces and we're like, you don't need a man, you don't.
Right.
Here's some money, you need some money or you need support. Well, they know already, like the way, our family, the son used to be up here, but we're like with the girls, we're the same way, and they're just like, maybe, I don't know. I agree with it in a way, but at the same point, I still want them to get married and have like
Yeah, me too. But it's like
and
I don't know. I
children.
think my
You know
son
what I
will
mean?
end up getting married and
Don't
having
just
kids
have
before my
babies.
daughter.
And
Yeah.
we need babies. We need grandparents. We need grandchildren.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm ready for a baby.
Right. And my daughter will be like, I don't want you to be disappointed if I just don't go that route. But I know my son wants kids. I know he does.
Oh, they're
So,
gonna
so
your to be daughter-in-law. Yeah, she's
yeah.
gonna love. I saw one bit. You can see like, yeah, they're gonna. But I
Yeah.
wish her. But if your daughter doesn't want to, maybe she's scared because there's so much responsibility that comes with
Could
being a
be. Yeah, I don't know.
maybe she's just afraid of everything, like she saw, like what you've been through, and with the littles,
Yeah, because
and
and
raising.
they had these littles
That's
like
great
they're kind
because
of like my son used to joke
it's
around.
scary.
We used to go to the mall and he'd go, "Mom, they're your kids, not mine," because they used to be running after him, going like, "Michael, Michael, wait, 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 wait," and he didn't want
They're
any
so
girls to
smart.
think those were his kids, so he would yell, "Mom, these are your kids, not mine."
Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding. He would do that.
Because they were all
Because they
confused
were
because they
coming
love
after
each
him and he
other.
didn't want anybody there to think that he was like a really young dad. Oh,
I
do you
remember
know what
my
I do?
mom.
You want to hear this? I'm a jokester, so you know what we
Yeah,
did to
tell
you
me.
know what we did to
I
our
know you are
daughter?
a jokester. A
Listen
lot of
what
people
we
don't
did.
get your
Listen to
humor.
what we did to our
I do.
daughter. She was in
Yeah,
college,
yeah.
right? And Ethan
Mm-hmm.
was 5 weeks old. And we went
Just a
up to see her
baby.
in college and I said, Alexandra, come on. You've got to take your baby for a little while and bond with him. I mean, I'm doing everything here, but it's really
Oh
wrong of
my
you to
god,
make me
Molly.
raise him like my own.
Senator, like, here's a baby.
Yes,
Here's
but
your
my
one.
daughter just laughed hysterical, right? And I have a
She got
picture
it.
of her holding
But
him in
everybody
her
else
dorm
was like,
room when
what
he
the
was
heck?
so small. And oh my gosh, yeah.
You know what
Oh,
it reminds me like when I had Isabel, uh, like right home from the hospital. My son, he was like 13, so he's like, "Mom, I had a C-section," so he's like, "Mommy, don't move." Like, of course I'm gonna move. I mean, they say don't do this, walk, shop,
right,
whatever. The mom is gonna do what the mom has to do. You know what I mean? We're
right,
gonna
yeah,
cook, whatever. I mean, they can say whatever, but you just
yeah,
it's fine. I mean, I guess if we had a nanny like Jennifer New Clothes or whatever, then maybe
yeah.
not. But no, but I'll never forget. It's imprinted in my heart and memory for life that Nathan. Uh, we always drove like door to door car, and Isabella as well. She does not take the bus. Nathan never took the bus, but for those few weeks, I couldn't do the bus. So he got I mean, he got my mom, my whatever.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
door service, but um, he got up. He was so nervous. He
Uh-oh. He what? Uh-oh, you froze.
went and he started like heating up a bottle for like at that point because the bottle's like this, Then this is not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to go to. I might buy the thing.
Oh, okay. Now it's better.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yeah.
Okay. I'm right near it now. I'll show you. I don't even know how to show you. I don't know how to
You know,
flip
it's good. It's good now. Just
the.
stay right where you are.
All right, well, I'll just never forget his beautiful heart that he was like, he went and put a bottle in a microwave. I'm like, oh, that ain't really how you do it. And then he
Yeah.
comes out and he's like, Mom, here, for Isabella. And I'm like, this is not your concern. Like, I didn't want him to think that he had to, like,
Take
do
care of them,
something
yeah.
or look over her. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
But I guess as the older brother, he just thought he did, and it will always stay with me. He never really did anything more after that. I
Yeah.
mean, a couple things, but I never. It was just so sweet. It was so sweet. Like, Mom, here I heat up the bottle here for my baby sister. I'm like, it's not your responsibility. Thank
Right.
you for doing that. Let's get you to school and then we'll deal with
Right,
what
right,
I was
right.
already, you
Yeah, yeah.
know. But he was trying to help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
When I was young, 12,
What do I do
at
with
that
the
point, to try to help. Isabella, well, she's so spoiled, and so it's all about her. She'd be like, I hate that. I hate puppies. I hate babies. I hate
Oh,
everything.
really?
That's how Bella is. Bella's
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah.
She's mean, but she's also like, I know. Yeah, but I know how to get. I know the game. And I'm like, well, how would you feel if somebody said that about you? Cries, cries, cries.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yeah.
they have to do is
I don't know. Some people,
mirror
I don't
this
know. My daughter does. I
she
mean, I think my
said.
daughter does eventually want kids, but it's just like I don't know. It's just she's very, very
Cries.
picky, and she's just very. I don't know.
When say it. I just wish Right? Like all your sons are gonna have babies, and if she doesn't, she doesn't. I mean, sometimes, girl, you're very
Yeah,
strong.
I don't know. My daughter goes out on a
Even though
date
your
and she
mother-
goes like, that guy hasn't brought his cat to the vet in 10 years. No, I walked out of that one. That guy said he hasn't voted in 2 years. Out of there. That guy said he doesn't like the beach. Out of there. Like, all these people just get crushed
Outta
right
there.
off. Like, it's just, just
Well,
and I'm afraid. I said, my gosh, you like,
that's high standards.
there's not even like a second. No, she goes, he didn't take his cat to the vet in 2 years. What do you think he's going to do if he has a kid? I said, there's got a lot of difference between a cat and a kid. Okay. Maybe the cat is extremely healthy. I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh my god, she's you.
She doesn't give anybody a chance. I'm like, we can get a chance. No, that's ridiculous. That's a deal breaker. Okay. But it's funny now. I am amused. Anytime she tells me she has a date, I go, okay, what was wrong with them and why did you walk out? You know?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's good. Like when I pick up Belle, I go, she's like, I don't want to talk. Because, she's 12. She wants to act like a badass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't want to talk. That's fine. And so she's like, can we go to McDonald's? I'm like, absolutely not. Mommy's made this. Well, then I'll just wait till Daddy comes home. And Daddy will bring me to McDonald's. I'm like, okay, do what you gotta do. And then we get like a mile down the street, and she's like, Mom, this one is copying me. This one likes me. This, that, in the new school. Because don't forget, she's never had exposure to people.
Right.
She was in a class of 15 until now.
Right.
And now there's like hundreds. And she's like, this one likes me. I go, well, that's what they say what an influencer is. Like, if you wear something cute and somebody copies it, that's called influencing. Right?
Oh,
Mommy,
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but you know what?
Right?
Yes. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question? Because this is something that's come up recently.
go ahead.
So let's say you have a really
I
nice
don't
pair.
know if I know the answer, but
But no, I'm just interested. Let's say you have a really nice pair of jeans, right? And they're really good. And then your friend says to you, hey,
all right.
I really like those jeans. Where did you get those? And you say, oh my gosh, these jeans, these are great. I got these at such and such a store. And then the next time you go out and see your friend, she has the same pair of jeans. Would you be upset?
No,
I would
not
not.
at this age.
I would not.
When I was
But
in
there are
the
many
Philippines,
people
but
that get upset.
I would be like, yes.
See, I'm more the type.
School jeans, because I don't even know what school to wear anymore.
No, but
so
I'm more of the type that if I found really great
I
jeans,
would not be upset at all.
I would say,
I'd be
you've
like,
got to
yes.
get these jeans.
Like $5, mommy.
That's the influencer in me. I want to see everybody in those jeans
Yeah,
that I
let's
like.
wear them together.
Yeah, I want to see everybody in them. If I find they're really good, I'm like, you got to get these jeans, girl.
That's because we're
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
But some
That's
people
like
don't
you're
like it.
influenced.
No. Mm-hmm.
That's on everybody, but at least they still look good. Like, and you're gonna be like, oh, these are cute.
Okay, but here's the thing. Listen to this. We went on our celebration. We went on our celebration trip. You know, we all go on a trip to the beach, right?
Oh, you guys went again?
Yeah. Listen, we had a great time. Oh, we love it. Listen. So this one
How
girl,
many years now?
2 years now, we're going on number 3. Getting ready for number 3. But
Years?
yeah, we love it. Same house and everything. We love it. Anyway,
so good. I'm so happy for this
one
guy.
of my friends gets this really nice French terry sweatshirt down at one of the places, right? So
What the hell is a French carrot?
oh, it's beautiful. It's so soft, so nice. So, yeah. So what happens is she gets the sweatshirt, and then our other friend, Sharon, who you know from here, she gets the sweatshirt. And then one night, and I got a different sweatshirt, right? So I said, Sharon, look at this sweatshirt that I got. And she said, oh, Carolyn, try my sweatshirt on. You're going to love it, right? So I tried it on, and I said, gosh, I do love this. And she goes, you got to go out and get one tomorrow, right? So I said, okay. So then 2 of us went running to get the sweatshirt. So now 4 of us on the vacation all had the same sweatshirt, and nobody was angry. Everybody was like, you got to get that. We wanted everybody to have it.
Right, that's my
Even Kevin, who's a guy, we wanted him to have it, and he's like, come on, this is not for me. And we're like, come on, get it anyways. And no, I don't want it. Okay. You got the yellow one.
My daughter is exhibiting, she's 12, and be 13 in December. Complete immaturity that, I have this, and they're now the next day the girl comes in with the same outfit or her hair done the same way, and I said, Isabel, you should be flattered that they're
say you're an influencer. That's right, you're an influencer. Exactly.
And it's a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely.
But even though the kids are 13 years apart, so they're basically only children. Nathan and Isabel, Nate's 1997 and Isabella's 2010. So we're talking 13 years apart. They're only children.
Yeah.
Nate's out living his life, Boston. Now he's going back to farming, whatever. So I was lucky. I had my only time with Nate for forever.
Right.
And then my only time with Isabella it's like I had one. It's like 2 different worlds, I just had
yeah.
one.
Oh yeah.
I wish I could be like other people, and I had multiple where they were all close together, but God just didn't hand me that hand.
Right.
And I only thought I'd have Nathan, and that was a very vulnerable.
Uh-oh. Oh no. We lost her. Oh, wow. I wish her connection was better, because I think she would have been very interesting all along, because her connection was bad there. But anyway, this case has more twists and turns than we can get to tonight, because you have to hear how Ma Winnie's wife was almost killed. Okay? You have to hear about the other things that happened with Fotis Dulos and all that stuff. And we have to go into this. So this case, this Fotis Dulos, Jennifer Dulos case, we're going to keep going. And unless there's something significant that we want to do tomorrow after the auction, now I will figure out what I'm going to do about going into Pennsylvania tomorrow. It's going to depend on the weather, yada, 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 And then it's going to depend on, my kids don't have a meet, so that's good. So it's not like something I have to be at. They're going to have to practice. It would be a good day if I had to go, but we'll see what I've got to do, okay? And somebody said to me, that maybe I've got to get on location for everything. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, she had a bad connection, Mama Quads, but that's all right. So this case, I'm telling you, this case has a lot of components. She kept moving around. What are you going to do? What you got to move? You got to move. But so that's an interesting thing to think of. Are you flattered when someone? See, I guess maybe, especially with all my years of being an influencer, like blog stuff. When I say, and what I mean by that, like, If I get something good and I like something, I blog about it because my blog was, and I want people to get it. I want to tell them about something that's great, and I'm happy when they do. Like when I wanted to share my power washer or a great coffee maker or whatever, great baby product, because I did a lot of baby products at first, of course, and am I going to get upset because you got the same stroller I did or the same car? No, I'm not. That's just not me. And I would be the first to say, like, oh my gosh, you've got to try. See this jacket. This jacket is great. Because I don't know. I don't know. But there are people that get angry. I don't know. It's you never know. You never know. Now it is 4:39. And we have to do our daily word puzzle, and then we're going to hit the hay because I have to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. And if I go on the road and I go into Pennsylvania tomorrow and I go where I go will be in that manhunt area. So we will see. We'll see. Okay? You're up to start the day. How old are your quads? How old are the quads? You got 5 there. But how old are they? Do you have 1 and 5? 1 and 4? How old are they? Okay, let's see now. We're going to do the daily puzzle. I don't know what Sharon means. She was trying to tell me something about something. I don't know. Okay, I'm playing the game. If she comes back, I hope that, um, what? All right, so let's see what we need. We need a few more here. Widen when, okay. I never knew she had a young daughter like that. I didn't know that. That's interesting. You find out something new every day. Let me see here. No, did we do that? And did we do that? How about Jen? Okay. Okay, so far I haven't looked at anything you guys put there, so I'm doing this so far on my own. Okay. Don't be mad at me. Wind. Oh, okay. Now we're back here again. So ing. No. No. Then what is this gonna be? Come on, guys. My stomach is grumbling because I'm hungry. I don't know why. Okay, now I'm gonna look at you guys. Okay, D-I-G-N. That's a good one. D-E-I-G-N. D-I-G-N. Perfect. Oh. What happened? Bye. I was trying to get back on. You didn't ring again. What's going on? Seasons well. Looking at your comments and your words. Oh, I wasn't saying anything bad. I didn't know you had a young child. I wasn't saying I was people are surprised I have young kids sometimes. Oh my gosh, I hope what happened? What happened? That wasn't anything bad, Seasons. I was saying you have young kids like me. Just like you said, we have older kids and we have young kids. I didn't know that you had another, like you said, it's like you start over again. We're blessed that we can. That wasn't meant in any bad way. I hope you didn't take it that way. I don't know what happened. I don't know what she's saying. What is she reading? What's up? I hope you're okay. I don't know what's going on. And which one do I need? 9? That's a good one. Okay. What's up? What happened? What is a wend? I don't know. It's an N with a W in front. What's going on? Seasons, what's going on? Hope everything's okay. That wasn't said, I just didn't know you had a younger daughter. There's nothing wrong with that. I have younger kids too. Some people don't know. But anyway, so Dulos and stuff will go through tomorrow. When is to go to a specified direction? Okay. I think, am I in, something? Well, I'm in top chat, which is not good, number 1. But I don't understand what's wrong here. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. She's gone. What happened, though? I don't know what happened. My phone died. Sorry. Talk soon. Okay. And then she says, wow. Looking at the comments and your words, yes, I have a young daughter. What kind of comments? Nobody should be leaving any bad comments. I'm really sorry. And when I said she had a young daughter, that wasn't anything about anything except that it's just like somebody say, oh, I didn't know you had kids, or I didn't know you had 5 kids, or I didn't know you had 4 kids. That was all that was about. It wasn't about anybody that said, oh, I didn't know you have a young daughter. It has nothing to do with your age. I didn't know you had a daughter that was around my kid's age. I didn't know that, is what I'm saying. It's something we have in common. That's all. Like you said. But I don't understand what then it says, bye, I was trying to get back on and read all this. What? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you came back because I didn't mean anything by that. I didn't know you had a young daughter. What I meant to say is like what you said when you said, oh, I didn't know. You said, oh, you know how it is. We have older kids and younger kids. And that's what I meant. I didn't know you were one of those that had older and younger. I didn't know. That's all I was saying. It has nothing to do with anything derogatory at all. At all. I've had people that came to me when my first 3 kids, and they said they didn't even know I had my son Michael. And she said, I thought you just had 2 kids. I didn't know you had a 4-year-old. Okay? And I said, you didn't know that? And she said, no, I didn't know you had a 4-year-old. My sister has one in that nursery school class. I didn't know you had a 4-year-old. But she just meant she didn't know I had a 4-year-old. That's all it is. When some of the teachers that had my older kids used to see me coming to school again, they'd say, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know you had other kids now. Like, what are you doing?" Yeah, it's just like, it's nothing bad at all. I hope you see that. It's just like saying, "Oh, I didn't know you had used to have two family, like two, like you said, ships and kids." I don't know. It wasn't anything derogatory at all. And I hope that you don't take it that way, because that's not the way I meant it. I said, "Oh, I didn't know you had a younger daughter like that." I'm here. It's all good. Love you all. No harm. We stick together. Yeah. Oh, okay. I just meant I didn't know you had a young daughter. That's all. It wasn't anything about anything. Just like, oh, you have, you're like me, young kids, old kids, you do it all. All right. Don't you worry about it, Seasons. All good here. All good. All love. We sprinkle that stuff around like crazy over here. Love, happiness, and kindness. All right. No, truthfully, really. All right. And, yeah. Okay, Seasons. And that Zoom number, anytime you want to come in, even if we're off the air, the Zoom is open for you. That's good for like 24 hours, okay? You could come in that Zoom. All right. We'll see you guys later. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. We'll probably carry this tomorrow unless I'm out on the boots on the ground tomorrow. So, okay? All right. We'll see you later. Bye. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers. Goodbye. Good night.